Silly dog. Ah, nice. My goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Guess I did. Normally don't really comment too much on songs that are in the background, but dude, this song's like fucking licks go hard as fuck, dude. Fucking like thrash ass rhythms to this, so good. And it's just like fucking thick, awesome drums. Fucking love it. Such a good song. Let's see what little things we can kind of look at for YouTube for today. What little things be happening? Well, let's see. It is a Monday after all. Has to be some stuff going on for today. Oh goodness gracious. Let's see. Until it looks max into the... Oh shit. Well, looks like there's actually a little something. About an hour long, but something. Interesting. I'm curious. So it's about like the incels that do the looks maxing thing where they're like, oh, I actually try to look good and I still don't get attention. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's your personality at that point, bro. I mean, because it's not just about like looking good, it's also like, you know, being a good person. And that's just if you want to get the basic foundation of that, just be empathetic and show basic respect to people. I mean, you know, that's basically about it. I mean, you know, you don't have to, like, you know, like, even if someone ends up being kind of a prick, you know, being, like, the high ground person in that situation ends up being a little bit of a better outcome. Even to other people, like, if you're, like, you know, someone who consistently goes to, like, a bar or something like that, and someone's kind of a dick, and you kind of rise up, you know, as, like, better, in that sense of being like, just shut the fuck out, dude. You're being a prick. Go away. And that's it, and just, like, leave it at that. You know, and then other people kind of notice that and be like, hey, you're actually kind of chill. You know, you seem like kind of a chill guy. Sorry that guy was a dick to you. You know, so at that point, it's like personality. You know what? I think we're going to look at that tonight. It's kind of got me already, you know, going off about it. But here, definitely want to go to the bathroom first. I have not. When I took my last break about like an hour and a half ago, I did not use the potties. So I'm sitting here realizing I kind of need to use that. So, gotta go do that really quick. Not that it really matters in like the first fucking 10 minutes anyway, I guess. Like, nothing usually happens in this current juncture, at least in this early innings. Hey, doggo. Hey, little baby, bye-bye. at you. Come on. Goofball dog. Yo, what did I do with my hat? I have my hat somewhere. Did I put it under here? Oh yeah, I did. There we go. What's up, doggo? What are you doing? You little drum dog. A bongo doggo. Doggo bongo. Why do you not care that I use you like a drum? Do you identify as a drum? Are you doggo in drum fluid? Silly little thing. Big butt. Look at you. You big old goof. You're so cute. Lay down. There you go. Aw. You're so cute. You're just so cute. Oh, it's so adorable. Doggo's just so cute. Doggo's just too goddamn cute for his own good. I tell you what, that boy. I tell you what. Oh shit. Looks like new season's actually straight up fucking. Actually, got back to me if that fucking application is sent. Well, that guarantees what I know I'm doing tomorrow. Fuck yeah. I've been trying to encourage all my other coworkers to try to get the fuck out of, or at least the ones I care about, to get the fuck out of, the workplace that we're in. Just because, I mean, if all of us, got together to go work over there, I feel like, that would already be a really good, solid crew, for that workplace. And plus, if all like the worst elements of that workplace, that I work at now stay and are stuck there, it's done. That store's a wrap. I would actually be shocked if that Safeway stays open, for the rest of the year, frankly, or at least by the new year. Like, I guarantee you, it's going to probably shut down and close down because there's just no way to keep it open. I bet it'll get sold off and eventually become something else. I dead ass will not be surprised if that's what happens. And I ain't sticking around to see that, so I ain't looking to get laid off or some shit, so fuck that. But at least I'm feeling pretty confident about it, so that's good. And I'll just let them know I've been, employed for a long time, for the, hustled it out, fucking, put a lot of my blood, sweat, and tears, and quite literally in a lot of ways, to that fucking place, and at this point, I just don't feel like I've gotten a leg up like I should, like I feel like I been promised or given, or at least should have been given. And now I'm just like ready to fucking get the hell out because I mean I want to at least have a place that at least offers something that's certainly way better for my outcome and for my general well being. Because the thing is, like, I ain't necessarily looking to stay in New Caesars forever either. But at least, like, I could probably get more of an opportunity to jump up and get ahead in things that I want to go have adventures in. Whether it's like in music inclinations or like maybe investing some money into a trade school to get into a more lucrative trade. Like there's a lot of things that I kind of want to use this as a way to fucking jump already because I've been wanting that. When I worked, when I was working at the company I am now because especially considering what's been taught growing up to me for so fucking long, being like, oh, you work your way up for the company, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, guess what? Don't fucking work no more. So I'm just gonna find companies that at least kind of give me somewhat of a leg up, and I'll just have to hop, skip, and jump from place to place in hopes that I can at least get there. Because like the fuck, like at that point, the fuck else can you do, really? Oh. Damn, fucking. This is like a Zukov hair, straight up, dude. What the hell? How do I get your hairs in my fucking weed all the time, dog? That's the bane of a pet owner that's also a stoner. You're always gonna have, like, you're always gonna be smoking some of your pet's hair. Whether you want to or not, like, you're just gonna find a hair or two. And Lord forbid if you drop a nug on the floor, because now you're just gonna have like a cajillion hairs, like all over that bitch. Even if you grind it up and all that, like no, you're fucked. It's in there now. It's like, and you can tell too, because it kind of has a extra enhanced harshness. It's like, and you can kind of tell too, and it has like a distinct taste and burn, so it's like, it sucks. It's gross. You sleepy bones. Dog has the sleepy bones. And it's adorable. It's cute as fuck. It's too cute for his own good. That's for sure. Before we get into that whole big fucking video, definitely want to check out another clip. See what other little things we can delve into that are amusing. This big, it's Charlie released a nice little video. I always like to use them as a little warm up sometimes. And it doesn't really look like there is. At least nothing kind of. Yeah, not really. Nothing that's worth anything. He is live right now, though. Which, hey, cool. I like that. Lauren Bart may have screwed herself. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, Mike, give me the deets. So my hope for Boebert is actually coming true. She fucks herself. She fucks herself in the primary, dude. Hell yeah. I'm gonna give that like an immediate like, because that's just awesome. Dude, that's great. I already knew that was gonna happen. There ain't no fucking way she was going to, like, she betrays her constituents by switching districts. It then says she's doing that to serve her constituents and is doing it as an obvious cash grab because she barely nicked it, a victory last time. So she thought that she could probably do it, in this case. Like, nah, dude, she's cooked. I guess if there's a silver lining of 2024, we don't really have to worry about Lauren Boebert anymore. Unless Trump makes her VP or something, or puts her in his cabinet. If he, were to become president or some shit. I should clarify, I guess. Like, I mean, yeah, but at this point, it seems like her goose is cooked.
Well, it seems like Lauren Boebert may have actually screwed herself by switching districts. So she currently represents Colorado's 3rd congressional district, which is more of a swing district, and she only won it by 546 votes in 2022. But after Republican Ken Buck in CD4, the next district over, announced that he'd be retiring, she decided to abandon her old district that she nearly lost in 2022 and run in Ken Buck's, since it's a more solidly Republican district and thus a safer seat. The problem is that she now has to compete in a GOP primary, and the earliest gauge that we have of that race indicates that Republicans in the new district she's trying to run in aren't actually a very big fan of her. Kelly Risman of The Independent reports Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert finished in 5th place, according to a straw poll.
Ow. 5th place? Oof. Goose be cooked, girl. Damn. Man, that's like overcooked. That's burnt. Ooh, he got burnt. Yeah, you're done. Yeah, she's done. I mean, and also I bet, some of that's because, like, in Colorado, there is certainly, like, a segment of the Republican Party there that are, like, MAGA crazy like she is. But there's also a lot of retiree, old guard, like, Reagan-esque, Nixian level conservatives that, are not really fond of, like, this crazy, psycho MAGA cult shit, and I kind of feel like that really is more of the predominant, like, electoral influence in Colorado. And because it's a primary, I think that really is showing itself here. I think maybe this district is a little bit more of an old guard Republican, base, more so than a MAGA Republican base. Which, I guess, good.
Devastating showing after the Republicans switched to run in a new district. Last week, Ms. Boebert competed against 8 other Republicans in a congressional primary debate in Fort...
Dude, oh my god, dude, she looks so fucking fake. And she looks like such a sneery, like, angry, spiteful, fucking wretched witch of a woman, dude. She just looks like she just spites existence itself. It just wants everything around her to suffer for it.
In Colorado, in which she garnered just 10% of the straw poll vote, landing in 5th place, according to Colorado Politics. Ms. Boebert earned 12 out of the 117 votes.
I mean, that's a tiny straw poll, but it is Colorado after all. And even with that in mind, that's fucking sad. 12 people were like, yeah, she's my gal. That's fucking sad. That's sad, bro.
That's in the straw poll, the outlet reported.
I mean, I will admit, I guess, especially considering a small number, and yeah, sure, granted, it's Colorado and all that. I'm willing to bet, honestly. I'm willing to bet that, like, there is probably maybe a hunch. I'm willing to give her a benefit out here. I'm willing to bet there's a hunch where that isn't really as completely accurate to, like, the broader demographic, potentially. But, I mean, it still isn't good for her. Like, I still think her goose is cooked. Like, I mean, maybe at the end of the day, at the end of the primary, when all's said and done, she gets, like, 3rd place or some shit. But I don't think she's making it. There ain't no way.
Now, there's a couple of caveats, okay? First and foremost, obviously, this is very early, and the sample size is super small, so it's not representative of the entire district. But having said that, though, this is still disastrous because we're talking about an incumbent Republican with national name recognition who was aligned with Donald Trump, the cult leader of the Republican Party. So it shouldn't have even been close. It should have been a blowout. But GOP voters in this district, they're like, we have Lauren Boebert and a bunch of other people. We're going to opt for the no-name Republicans over her.
And I think that's because they're probably like, but they're willing to, just like Democrats when it comes to like voting party line, are willing to vote party line with them. I mean, that's kind of the thing with this. Is why I'm kind of, kind of feel is odd, because like, wouldn't you think that he would be like, oh yes, Lauren Boebert, she is a part of MAGA, she is with us, but like, you would think like, any, positive, spin he would have with her would garner, the MAGA specific base of the Republican Party to come out and swing for her, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case at this point, just because of her own hubris, because she is kind of a chuckle-fuckle clown, in her own right. She likes to give fucking hand jobs in public theaters, so she's known to be a little bit of a clown. A very slutty clown, but nonetheless.
That is so wild to me. And to make matters worse, all of the local headlines in Colorado are talking about her 5th place finish, because this really isn't something that a lot of people expected.
Ooh, ow. That's not going to help.
For example, here's one headline from Colorado Politics. Quote, Lauren Boebert finishes in the middle of the pack in straw poll at inaugural GOP primary debate. And they go on to explain who's ahead of her. Quote, out of 117 votes cast, Logan County Commissioner Jerry Sonnenberg, a former longtime state lawmaker, led the straw poll with 22 votes, followed by former House Minority Leader Mike Lynch of Wellington, who received 20 votes, Douglas County filmmaker Deborah Flora at 18 votes, and House Minority Whip Richard Holtorf of Akron with 17 votes. Boebert got...
Well, from what it sounds like, at least all these other random no-name motherfuckers, at least in the local area, seem to be known names. Not like no names, but at least they're actually known to these people. And this is also partly the reason why local politics tend to matter so fucking much. Because, like, these type of people, are actually the ones making some impact, in the local area. And with this in mind, it really does show that, like, despite them being no names, it doesn't matter if you have name recognition or not, when it comes to someone like Lauren Boebert. Like, it matters if you actually have gotten shit done for your constituents. And all those fucking people are local to that area, have long time been doing work in the fucking area and broadly in that fucking district. And thus, have more, not just name recognition, but also more fucking influence and power to show, like, I've gotten shit done. Here's my fucking record for you people. Like, here's somebody who just randomly butted in the district out of nowhere last second, being like, ooh, woo, I'm MAGA, vote for me, ooh, woo. And it ain't working because she ain't showing I got a record. Like, cause unlike, all these other no-name motherfuckers, they have a record with these people because they've been long-time, politicians, for their constituents here in this area. That's the main difference. Like, and Boebert don't got that. And I think, that might play a role in this, but, on top of, maybe, this area in this district in Colorado being a little bit more of like an old guard Nixon Reagan-esque style, like, Republican base. But still, you would think like whatever MAGA specific base of the Republicans that are in this area, they would go out in full swing. And only in this straw poll of 117, only 12 of them did. Or maybe some of these other guys are, MAGA as well in their mind, but just more MAGA than her. And they trust them more than her. So I don't know. Like, either way, they ain't, buying the snake oil she's selling.
Votes, narrowly edging out former congressional nominee Peter Hughes' 11 votes with 3 more candidates. So I find this incredibly hilarious, obviously, because rather than going with MAGA superstar Lauren Boebert, Republicans at this debate chose to go with some obscure-ass county commissioner. That has gotta hurt if you're Lauren Boebert. And it's not just that Republicans seemingly weren't impressed by her. She actually faced some hostility at this forum. Colorado Newsline reports, as expected, Boebert faced sharp questions about her decision to move into a new congressional district to escape a rematch with Frisch. Quote, could you give the definition of carpetbagger? Lynch asked Boebert. Flora also asked a similar version of the question and referenced Boebert's criticism of a Democratic opponent from the 2022 cycle who lived outside of the 3rd Congressional District post-redistricting. That's some hypocrisy burning right there. Boebert said she is proud to be Weld County's newest resident. Quote, my boys and I needed a fresh start. That's been very public of what home life looked like, she said. Boebert is newly divorced and her ex-husband was recently arrested for a...
Which, oh yeah, such strong family values coming from this bitch. Like, her excuse for moving is like, oh, I needed a fresh start with me and my kids. No, you didn't. You're doing this for a political career grab, and it failed and is horribly flopped.
Domestic violence incidents involving her and her son. Quote, I tried to put it into a very pretty package and bring my ex-husband lots of honor, but since there's nothing...
Lots of honor? What? Okay, excuse me? My ex-husband, lots of honor? Okay.
My personal life, it is out there, and my boys need some freedom from what has been going on, she said. But in a telling moment, no other candidate said they would support Boebert in the primary if they were not running. 4 people said they would support Sonnenberg. Brutal. Abs.
And I think it's because this guy, Sonnenberg, has actually probably given results to the Republican constituency in this district. And thus, and being a longtime member of this district, has probably garnered way more of a reputation with the local people in the local constituency here in comparison to Boebert. And lo and Boebert's got a lot of fucking baggage. Like, she's got, the divorce that, she's going through. She's, got the fucking hand job thing. I mean, and all this other shit. Dude, she's got a lot of fucking package where, a lot of these hardcore family value Christian conservative types are not they're not going to be a fan of it. Like, they can excuse Trump with that shit, but if you're, fucking underling of him, you better fucking be on your P's and Q's, like, or else, you're not MAGA, and I think, MAGA is broadly starting to turn on Lone Boebert, I think, because now she's flip-flopping like a fish trying to keep their fucking support, and it ain't working anymore. And you know what? Good. I mean, the Republicans having a fighting like this and watching, some of their rising stars just crash and burn so fucking quick. Like, there was that Madison Cawthorn kid that, was like, kind of a big MAGA guy, for a little bit. But he was like so, such an outsider, he was willing to spill some beans a little bit, and they fucking ousted him quick. Like, he was out. I think before his term was even done. Like, his term wasn't even finished, and I think they fucking yeeted his ass. Like, I mean, and so it's like, I mean, if you don't, abide by the P's and Q's as an underling to Trump, then you're fucked. But if you at least, follow the fucking rules, so to speak, then you're good. And Boebert ain't following the rules as much anymore.
Absolutely brutal. Now, to make matters worse, she was seemingly humble bragging at the start of the forum. And she said something to the effect of, look, I'm here to earn your vote. I'm here to earn your support. This is not going to be a coronation. And I find that really funny because you probably wouldn't say something like that unless you wanted to make your opponents who you thought you would beat feel better because voters would overwhelmingly side with you. But I mean, that's not the case. So it's funny to me that she said that. And if you'll notice, she wasn't able to define carpetbagger. And using her ex-husband as an excuse.
I'm not surprised. She doesn't really strike me as being very smart.
To switch districts is so bizarre to me. Yes, he was arrested for alleged domestic violence, so she has my sympathy there. That's not her fault. However,
I'm not as willing to, forgive her, frankly, just because of how much of a piece of shit that she really is. And also, like, how much, conservatism is just basically psychological abuse, torment, and suffering, and how much that she puts forth when it comes to that. I don't really give that much of a fuck. Call me a horrible piece of shit, but I don't care.
It's gross to use that as a justification to switch districts, because we all know that you switch districts specifically because if you stayed in District 3, you would have lost to the Democrat. So,
hey, what's up, Rip? Talking to Crustacean Husky Hybrids MC. Oh, fuck, Crustacean Husky Hybrids MC. Whoa.
You can still get a fresh start by moving somewhere else in your old district. It's a very large district. But I mean, She's not.
McRib ain't got nothing on 7-Eleven French toast sandwich. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I am him. I'm smoking on that McRib 7-Eleven French toast sandwich OG Dankula Kush, bitch. Dude, please tell me you know about Dracula Flow, dude. If you don't know about Dracula Flow, I'm actually gonna be kind of fucking shocked. Like, you need to know about Dracula Flow, dude. Because I am him. Dude, Dracula Flow is fire, bro.
That she's using that as an excuse, which is so weird to me. But I mean, this is Lauren Boebert we're talking about here, so she's not running to actually serve her constituents. Everything is about her. And she's kind of gotten a big head since being in Congress, and maybe that arrogance is coming back to bite her in the ass.
Oh, wait, no, you know of it because fucking Wahatz showed us that one time. Dude, I know, yeah, he showed us that one time. I was like when me, you, and Tyler went to Seattle and we were hanging out with him. Yeah, I remember, yeah, so you know about Dracula Flow.
He's starting to, at least. But I mean, you can't blame her for being cocky.
I just kind of realized that.
When there are people who say things like this about her. So Reddit user CrunchM shared this mind-boggling tweet on the white people Twitter subreddit, and it almost made my head explode. So it's from Scott Greer, who lists his height and IQ in
Dracula Flow, what? Dracula Flow. Did you forget about Dracula Flow? Dude, Wahatz showed you this.
In his Twitter handle. And, it doesn't necessarily scream confidence to me, even though that's what he's trying to project. But my only question is, okay, but what about your location and social security number? List that in your bio or in your Twitter handle, and I'm going to definitely think you're confident. But anyways, he says, to those who
that weird vid. Oh, you think it's a weird vid? Oh, man.
The right needs its own Taylor Swift for young women to look up to. Nobody's saying that, but whatever. I answer, we already have that. Her name is Lauren Boebert.
Okay, hold on. So this guy says, this weird Matt Greer guy, to those who might say the right needs its own Taylor Swift for young women to look up to, Lauren Boebert. Oh my god, dude, what is wrong with the right? What is wrong with conservatives? Why are they psychotic and insane?
Those who might say the right needs its own Taylor Swift for young women. Scott Greer, 6'2", IQ of 187. It's just
because when someone is projecting their IQ and fucking height, on their Twitter bios, like, it makes me think it's like, for true confidence to be achieved, you have to just show your social security number, your fucking address, your PO box, and like the picture of your fucking grandmother and her fucking social security number, just so we can get that ancestry too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, if you want to show peak confidence, that's what you would do. But unfortunately, this guy's nothing but a beta male. What a fucking beta.
Can we maybe go back to the time where we view politicians just as politicians and not as celebrities? Yeah.
No, we're America, baby. Come on, Mike. I mean, and honestly, if we're going to be America on this, then, we need to at least get the good celebrities. Like, can we have Danny DeVito run for president? Can we have fucking goddamn Taylor Swift run? I mean, I don't care. Unironically, if Taylor Swift were to run for president, I would feel pretty confident enough to say that she would actually have pretty decent progressive policies. She might be kind of lib on some stuff, but I feel like she would be pretty progressive on enough issues to where it fucking counts. And unironically, I'd fucking vote for her. I don't even give a fuck. I'd say it. I'll say it right now. I'll fucking vote for her. I don't give a shit. I'll be a Swiftie for a day. Like, I mean, if we're gonna have, like, celebs, fucking, be politicians, then let's actually get some ones that are actually worth a fuck and are actually kind of decent. Like, I'm not even kidding. Hell lib on one of the biggest individual carbon polluters in the world. I mean, like I said, if she's progressive and, on where it counts, when it comes to, like, like pushing universal health care, being supportive of labor unions and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I mean, at least, there's some progress that would be made. It's still incrementalism, but fuck, at least there'd be something. I take Biden over her. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Okay. Oh my God. Damn. All right. I guess I'm throwing out a hot take. She ain't gonna be supporting labor unions, Lamau. I mean, okay. Well, you don't know. She's kind of, outside of very certain things, she's kind of tight-lipped about her politics anyway. Well, okay, all right. Well, fine. Gee, you beat me down to say never mind. All right, never mind. I won't do it. Okay, I won't vote for her then. Oh, all right. I retract the statement. Holy fuck. Put me in a corner. Damn. I'm just saying, though. I mean, but Danny DeVito, though. I noticed he didn't say anything about him because that guy at least supports labor unions. He's actually been on the strike line before with, the fucking Amazon labor union and, WGA, etc. Like, that guy's actually fucking, been on the line. So DeVito, though, please tell me at least you'd support a fucking DeVito candidacy. I would absolutely vote for Dan DeVito without even skipping a beat. I would vote for him. There we go. Okay. All right. At least we got that. I know there's at least like a couple other celebrities and actors that are actually kind of pretty base. But I don't. Thing is, I don't know all of them. I only know the ones that are kind of shitty. Like, Chris Pratt or whatever his name is, the guy that the guy that played Chris Kyle in fucking The American Sniper. Like, that guy's like a conservative dipshit and anti-gay. Fuck that guy. Kind of a piece of shit. Who else? There's like another guy that's kind of, suspect of being a little like queerphobic and a weird uber Christian dork. And there's also that one lady that played in The Mandalorian that became kind of like a conservative superstar for like 2 seconds. Sacha Baron Cohen. Jon Stewart. Dude, Jon Stewart, I would love to see him run for president. I would fucking vote for him in a heartbeat. Sacha Baron Cohen, maybe, but I really want to know what his position is on this whole Palestine-Israel thing. Because I know he's Jewish, and I think because of that, he's going to be like, oh, well, Israel's actually based, so they have a right to self-defense or something. Like, I have a feeling, you know what I mean? Like, so, if he's, like, Zionistic as fuck or some shit, then, like, yeah, no. I wouldn't vote for him personally. Like, that's a pretty major issue that is a make or break for me. If like there's a politician that supports that shit, nah, fuck him. I'm not gonna get, fucking broken down twice. I don't care if it's soft support, like, well, I think, blah, 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 but Israel has the right, but this is, like, if it's like wishy-washy as fuck, no, strike one, you're out. Fuck you. I've been crossed by Fetterman already. Like, it's like, like, I don't need it again. You know what I mean? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Can't get fooled again. Some lady from The Mandalorian. Yeah, I forgot what her name was. But yeah, she was kind of like she was a pretty major actor. Well, not a major actor, but she was kind of a rising star with Disney in The Mandalorian. Again, I forgot what her name was, but she made a tweet basically equating the discrimination against like, Trump supporters who are anti-vax and shit like that to like the Holocaust and stuff, where she got fired. Oh my god, her name is starting to come on the tip of my tongue. I feel like I'm about to remember it. Oh my fucking god, what's her name? You know what, hold on. Maybe if I looked it up really quick. He's a member of a left-wing labor Zionist group. Ooh, Sacha Baron Cohen? A left-wing labor Zionist group. So he's a part of like a Zionist labor union? Might send me like a link to that or something? I am really confused, but really curious at the same time. Here, oops. Here, what's her name? Gina Carano! That's her name. Okay, there we go. So her name is Gina Carano. So she was the one who was making those tweets I was referring to earlier and got fired over it. And yeah, this happened like 2 years ago, obviously. So, I mean, this was 2 years ago, but yeah, she got fired for making some like weird suspect fucking like pretty anti-Semitic tweets, to be honest. She got fired, became kind of like a rising star with the right wing for like 2 seconds, and then just kind of faded into obscurity. But yeah, her name was Gina Carano. I got Gina. Like, in my brain started thinking like Gina, and I was like, okay, what the fuck is her last name? Like, I just didn't, I was confident enough to be like, oh, it's like Gina something. Like, I just wasn't confident enough yet, so I had to look it up. But yeah, that was her name. That's what I was referring to from earlier. But yeah. But yeah, if you got like a link to, like Sacha Baron Cohen's I mean, if you just got like a Wikipedia of like the group that he's a part of, like whatever that labor group is or whatever, because I'm honestly legit kind of curious. I kind of want to see what their like stances are on things, because I imagine at least when it comes to the Israel Palestine thing, it's probably cringe. But I don't have a link. It's just Reddit. Oh, well, a way to screen cap it. I don't know if you could screen cap it. Maybe show me or something. I mean, if you could find the name of like that left wing labor Zionist group, I mean, like in the name of what that is, then there has to be a wiki page of that group specifically. I just kind of find it like left wing Zionism. Like, I just find that kind of oxymoronic. Because Zionism is pretty far right and fascist in a lot of ways, and is fundamentalist like roots and foundations of what that philosophy is. So it's like I kind of find it really strange that those are kind of put together. So I don't know. I mean, that's why that's honestly kind of why I'm curious. Like, is like their idea of Zionism like a lot more of a like peaceful, diplomatic, soft approach? Or like just a different, complete, perspective of what that is. I mean, it's gonna let me copy a name. Okay. Well, no worries. I mean, we'll keep playing this video. We'll put a pin on it. So like, don't worry about it. Well, I mean, don't worry in the sense of like rushing it or anything. I'm a patient man.
American politics, such a mess right now. And for those wondering, no, he's not trolling. This is an actual right-winger who has this opinion, unironically. Now, it's just shocking that anyone would view Lauren Boebert as a role model. I mean, even if you're trying to find specifically Republican women to be role models, there are better ones than Lauren Boebert, because Lauren Boebert isn't a good role model given the fact that she likes to publicly shame victims of rape. She wrote this on Twitter recently.
Oh, you got it? Abdem drawer? Huh. It's the evolution of the two Jewish labor Zionist youth movements that merged in 1982. I will admit, that's kind of a fucking cool symbol. I'm not even gonna lie, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that design, I will admit. Habomnim. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that. The Builders was founded in 1929, UK, and Drawer. Freedom was founded in Poland, 1915. Okay, so they're technically like two movements that merged into just like one big organization. Okay. Participating in the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. Pretty based. Nice. Like that. Members organized two underground factions in the Białystok Ghetto. Nice. Base. Awesome history. Well, let's just look at them today. Let's kind of skip a little bit. Today, 17 countries worldwide. Sister movement in Israel is Nanor Havovid. I'm not. Goddamn Hebrew is. I don't even know. That's whatever. So okay, what? Okay, I just Hebrew is a nightmare language for me to try to figure out. I'm honestly like better figuring out goddamn fucking like Somali or some shit, bro. I'm not even kidding. Like, give me some indigenous African language, and I'll probably figure that out way more than fucking Hebrew, dude. I swear to God. Like, I mean, I've heard like. I've been in the church growing up enough to where like half of the Hebrew I've heard was literally like basically speaking in tongues when it came to like from my mom and people I've heard in church and shit. So half of the time I just equate it to tongue speak. Basically, I'm just gonna be honest. And blame the Christians. I was raised in that, so blame their asses for it. It's also adopted gender-inclusive programming for its campus for Jewish principle of, not going to try to say that, equality of human value, providing gender-neutral washrooms, movement summer camps have reconfigured portions of to affirm transgender and non-binary members based. Okay, all right, well, I mean, so far, seems pretty cool. I like that. Nice. These changes have also been okay. Well, is that really pretty much it? Wait, that's today. That's pretty much it. It's just like some stuff about, okay. Well, is that it? Well, ideology. Let's go to here then, because I think maybe we might kind of see where we might agree or disagree with this. Well, there's not even much here either. There's not really much known about this group, I guess. Cultural youth movement, which exists connecting young Jews via Jewish culture, both within Israel and the Jewish diaspora. Centralized Tikkun Olam. He refers to means mending the world, which originated a rabbinic period of Judaism. Movement ideology falls in different categories. Aliyah, movement to Israel, for more specifically to kibbutz, collective support falls under socialist ideology. Self-realization, these categories are not dependent on ideologies, each element integrates of others. Blah, blah, blah. Spread truth for good works based on shared experiences, give out the movement. Especially items following the scouting camp. I guess geography and the history of the land of Israel. Just I mean, I guess it doesn't really sound bad. I mean, nothing in here really strikes me as like, it doesn't strike me as like, well, fuck the Palestinians, or, it's like, no, Israel and Jews above everybody else or something. Like, they don't really have like this, sense of it, I guess. They do have this whole 5 pillars thing. Okay, maybe it will be in here. Oh, wait, oh, shit. Oh, they might be based. Oh, hold up, let's read this. Labor Zionist youth movement and educational programs offered by during activities, a history of Jews and desired homeland, how collaborative works, such community ability to create okay, get out of here, you fat gigantic fucking notification. Collaborative works, such community and ability to create a homeland, support by the Tikkun Olam. Again, I'm probably mispronouncing that. And create vibrant and rich living experience. The movement encourages members to commit Aliyah. Again, moving and settling there. Habnam opposes West Bank settlements and expresses desire that Israeli and Arabs learn to collaborate and create a peaceful existence that honors both ethnicities, among others. Based department. So they are kind of like a more of a progressive sense of Zionism, like, which is fucking kind of rare to hear about, honestly. Like, because it actually kind of recognizes like the Semitic peoples of like the Palestinians and the Semitic Arabs that have lived in that region as well, and desire, like peace and and honoring their existence and cultural presence there as much as their own. So, I mean, do I dare say a woke sense of Zionism? Oh shit. All right. And they're socialist as fuck, fucking pro-labor as fuck and stuff. All right, okay. It's kind of, because whenever, because obviously, with Israel and the Zionistic movement concurrently, at least, the more, prominent, popular one that everyone is aware of and knows about, like, it has, like, it's a very strong and negative connotation considering how fundamentally far-right it tends to be. So honestly, seeing, like, a very, alternate, like, leftist perspective on this is really nice to see. I like this. I like it. I want to click this just to, have this, to kind of read in a little bit later. Decline and transformation. Oh no. Sad. No. It sounds like I could kind of get down with this idea of Zionism, labor Zionism. It sounds like an idea about Zionism I could kind of get down with. I mean, honestly, at least considering that, group that we're just reading about. So, especially considering they're like socialist, labor, trade unionist types, social justice types and stuff, and pretty inclusive when it comes to like, NBs and trans folk as well. So, I mean, I honestly haven't really found anything that I actually am like, about. Outside of, I guess, just their strong, like, religious, cultural connection with their own religion and stuff. But, what the fuck ever. It's kind of like a variation of, like, Christian libertarian theology, like, or like labor theology and shit. Like, I mean, there's like examples in Europe and in America of like different movements, like John Brown, Dorothy Day, for example, are like two pretty big prominent names, who kind of interwove religion and their cultural ideas and philosophy of religion into their ideas about like labor or abolition of slavery and like social justice, and at least at their time, of their time and stuff like that. So I mean, it kind of just seems like a Judaic version of that. I mean, if anything, like, when it comes to like libertarian theology, when it comes to like Christianity and Catholicism, this kind of seems like the Judaic version of that. You know what? Just makes that symbol more based. See, like, that is based. I like that. I kind of like how it's like a little, like, little flower or like a little, like, farm grain thing or something. I like it. I like that. That's cool. Is there a flag version of that? Because unironically, I would totally buy that as a flag. Anyway, after that fast unlock, back to Bobert being a pathetic, sad bitch that's flopping around like a fish.
$83 million judgment given to a woman who can't even tell you the date or time she encountered President Trump. The precedent this sets for men in this country is absolute terrifying. It is truly unbelievable how weaponized our system of, quote, justice has become. I'm sorry, but does that seem like a wonderful role model for young women?
Well, depends on what your definition of woman is.
His attack.
Is it one that likes to be like, a weird, hypocritical, oxymoronic fundamentalist Christian while also giving hand jobs in public theaters to their boyfriends? So, I don't know. I mean, depends on what your definition of is.
E. Jean Carroll at the behest of her rapist who defamed her, Donald Trump. What a real champion for women. If that is who you view as a role model for the GOP, then I guess that explains why the party is in the shape that it's in. But I mean, you kind of see why she's extremely arrogant, right? She's immersed in MAGA world. She's kind of become a superstar like Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's part of the club. And when you're on top of the world, you probably feel like nothing can bring you down, which makes it all the more painful when you inevitably get reality checked and then realize, I'm not as infallible as I thought. But on the subject of role models, Chris Perez of Denver Westward shared a video from the candidate forum she participated in and says, quote, incredible moment in first GOP debate for CD4 as candidates are asked to raise their hands if they've been arrested. 6 candidates raised their hands, including Lauren Boebert and Mike Lynch.
And then they proceeded to cheer and high-five each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Boebert's there in the end. She's out off screen. That guy's double raising his hand. Dude, this guy right here is doing like, yeah, baby, raising the roof on that shit. Oh, no. I also don't really think this is as much of a gotcha of a question just in a vacuum. Because I've been arrested, and been to jail for justice, but that was because, like, I was actually, like, fighting for police to, I don't know, not be scumbag pieces of pig dog pieces of fucking shit. So, but, like, these motherfuckers, you really think they're, getting arrested for that? Oh, hell no. Fuck no. Oh, hell the fuck no. It's the exact opposite. So, it's like, I mean, the fact that people are cheering and high-fiving each other over there, oh, God, dude. I mean, that's just pathetic. Like, I mean, let's say hypothetically I was on a debate station, and I was a question asked, I'll be like, yes, and I will clarify that because, here's why. And just go into the story and be like, and it's like when it comes to being arrested for something as innocuous as something like that, yeah, I think it's all right, not to only mention it, but be proud of that because, I didn't do nothing wrong. I was, using my First Amendment right. Is that what this country's based off of? Is that what being a fucking American's about? Obviously, I probably wouldn't say fucking in that, but I'll be like, isn't that what being American's about here in this country? And I was, doing my due diligent right as an American to, go out there and the state and the city decide to try to suppress that right. And I did nothing wrong. I didn't throw no brick. I don't throw no cocktail, Molotov cocktail out there. I didn't bash a window. I didn't do nothing. So it's just like, there's, I kind of totally understand if, there's a politician out there who's like that, which, honestly, that would just garner mad fucking base points and respect points if there was a politician that just fucking flexed that shit out and not giving a fuck. That'd be based. It would show at least that motherfucker got spine. But, it's like, you don't really hear that too much. And it's just like, man, I kind of wish that, Dems might take a little hint from this a little bit. Because if they're asking questions to these motherfuckers and they're raising their hands, being like, being proud of it, well, maybe we need some, grassroots, some motherfuckers who have been arrested a little bit, and have actually tried to fight for some, justice and some change and shit. To, be politicians themselves, city councilors, fucking state reps and, and the Congress folk and shit like that. And when this question is asked to them, be like, yeah, damn proud of it. Here's why. I was expressing my right as an American for doing so. And fucking play that up, too. Play the American Jingo Constitution First Amendment type of thing, a lot. And, to, the liberal, bleeding heart constitutionalist types. They'll be like, oh, well, yeah, they're right. They were expressing the First Amendment right. It was right to protest. That's right. So it's like, as long as you couch it respectfully in a manner where it's like, yeah, it's like, this is who I am, this is what I was doing, then, it probably would fucking work. There's a reason why they're waving, their fucking hands up in the air, high-fiving each other in this fucking shit. There's a reason why they're doing that, because to their base, it plays well. And you don't think, the progressive, side of, the Democratic Party, you don't think this one would play well either? Because I think it probably would. Because at least then there would be, some fucking backbone. It's like, that's because really that's the point. It's like, where's the fucking backbone and some shit? So fucking pathetic, man.
It's sheer and high.
Sure about the Trump pharmacy scandal. Can pull it up here after this. I know what video you might be talking about. Kyle Kulinski, right?
Each other. So here's a quick clip of that moment.
I guess there wasn't a major clapperoni situation. It was just this fucking dork bag clapping people around him. But whatever. Still cringe. Just fucking say it. It's like, here's why. Blah, 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 blah. I know he also was, what's his explanation? Would you like to explain? And just go down the line, infer it. Be the strong woman, strong conservative MAGA bitch or some shit and fucking enforce the thing and just do it. Don't be like, excuse me, point of privilege. Can we ask and say why we did, why we were arrested for being arrested? It's like, you simpering little son of a bitch. Oh, my God. They try to be so fucking macho, but it's like, they raise their hands trying to flex like, oh yeah, look how proud we are for being arrested. It's like, and you're going to ask, oh, can we explain why? Just fucking explain it. And then be like, oh, hey, why don't you explain as well? I did. Why don't we all explain? Let's enforce why, we were. Because, we were arrested for justice or whatever the fuck. They can couch some stupid bullshit. It's like, come on.
I love how she said it a second time to get more laughs, but they only thought it was kind of funny the first time. Embarrassing. Now, listen, I thought that this was supposed to be the party of law and order, the party who is against felons voting because that's what they're trying to do around the country. But all of a sudden...
honestly, I wasn't even really thinking about that, but that is even more of a hypocrisy burn. It's like, these motherfuckers are all about law and order, tremendous law and order. And yet, they will proudly, raise their hand saying, I've been arrested, fuck yeah, and high-five each other over it. Man, the layups The endless layups. It's like, when those like, kiddie toy basketball hoop things that are like basically 2 feet tall, that, it's basically that layup. You just walk up to it and just you just drop the ball in there. There you go, right? It's that much of a layup. It's so easy. And yet, the Dems don't give a fuck of an iota of a lick of a dick. They just literally don't. If you think otherwise, I mean, look at the fucking border crisis right now. Biden's, is literally like, I will literally give you a deal that is the silver platter for the fucking Republicans here, to solve this border crisis, because obviously you would love this, right? Ooh woo. And just basically, spitting in the fucking eye of progressives and all the, of his constituency, and Democrats are just, justifying it every way till fucking Sunday. And the Republicans are still pissed off and be like, no, because the bill basically doesn't include a legal justification for them to just like gun down whoever the fuck goes near the border, basically, on top of, other bullshit. And because it looked like Biden got a win in their eyes. Like, they don't give a fuck. I mean, and this is the reason why, and also even Vasha said this, because I know I gripe on him being a sycophant for some of this shit sometimes. Like, I mean, even he said, it's like, if Biden doesn't have a strong arm over this shit, I mean, it kind of proves people like me right. And you know what? Yeah, no shit. Because he is doing it, and he's going to keep doing that shit. So, you shat in the bed, now you're rolling in it. Congratulations, man. Hate to fucking gloat, but it's like, fuck. I mean, what did you expect, my dude? My guy. I mean, it's like, God, fuck, damn, my man. Like, because I was listening to TJ's Savannah Hope, at least some chunks of it earlier today, and reacting to his little segment about Vosh and shit. And Vosh literally was like, yo, this is basically, this is like the Hail Mary, for Biden, and if he fucks it up, then, yeah, it's basically Jover, my dude. I mean, it wasn't literally that, I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially is what he said, and it's like, well, he's flubbing the Hail Mary, so congrats. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, are you finally gonna humble yourself, bro? Is he finally gonna, like, I honestly hope that it humbles him. I really, something needs to humble his ass, because holy shit, man. By lower, he means sick the cops and blacks and Mexicans and gun them down at the border, like I was saying from earlier when it comes to the border crisis. To throw it into this broader bullshit, conversation. Well, it's not a bullshit conversation, but I mean, the whole fact that it has to be a thing in the first place to talk about is bullshit, but I mean, that's on the fault of our duopoly. It isn't really a fault of the average person. But still, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. I mean, it's like, holy fuck.
An arrest record is something to be proud of. And when it comes to Donald Trump, if he's convicted on any of his 91 charges, they all probably think that it's perfectly fine for him to be president.
Generally doesn't make sense at the border right now, but I guess GOP is smart enough to realize that. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, because most Mexicans aren't really crossing the border right now, because to them, they don't really see it beneficial one way or the other to try to flee or stay. Like, if anything, they're probably seeing it as beneficial to either, like, collaborate with different cartels or just to go to different provinces where they know they can at least be somewhat safe. And I know, at least with, like, the Zapadistas and, like, other, like, anarcho-communistic, villages in different regions, like, there's other places where it's literally, like, commune shit. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, where these, communities in, like, these little areas where villages and like little small towns have gotten together and basically made their own like little like regional city council, like communal like council societies and commune type of societies where they've booted out the cartels and the government, got their own like little like communal militias and shit, where things are actually pretty peaceful, and neither government nor cartels fuck with them because they're actually armed. They look out for each other, and and like they ain't wanting no fucking trouble. Basically, it's like, and so they know the cartel's trouble. They know the government half the time is bought by the cartels anyway, so they don't want their fucking ass around. So they booted all of them out, And I think it's like mostly in like southern Mexico, like because I know the Zapadistas I think are in like southeastern Mexico, if I remember correctly. I forgot which province or like what state, but I know they make their at least a lot of them make their stepping grounds around like the southeast regions of Mexico, but it ain't the only area. There's like some places, mostly in southern Mexico, where this is where it holds true, which I think is kind of base. I mean, weirdly enough, Mexico's got like a kind of a strong like communistic, anarchist slash like socialist leaning in that whole country, and honestly, it's like some really cool stuff to learn about. I don't really know that much about it, but the little I do know is pretty fucking awesome and badass. And it's like, man, it's like I need to kind of actually like see if I could find like a little book or something, about like the leftist labor history in Mexico, because there is a lot of really cool shit from some of the little stuff that I do know. Like there was like a full like Mexican Revolution where like a lot of like the what were they called? They were basically like Catholic fascist types essentially, but they were like I think like Christinas or something like that. And then there was like different like leftist anarchistic like socialists and trade unionists at the time that were also trying to fight for governance and in control as well. It's kind of a wild time for Mexico at that time and shit. But I mean, at least when it comes to like trade union history at the time, it's actually pretty fucking cool. And there's some really cool individuals that are known about. And actually, kind of an interesting little fun fact when it comes to in Star Wars of Princess Leia with those little like like cinnamon roll bun hairstyle, that actually comes from a famous leftist revolutionary during that time, during the Mexican Revolutionary War. I think her name was like De La Rosa or something like that. I forgot her full name, but I think her last name was like De La Rosa or something like that. And her and her father were like, a part of this mining town community, just like some chucklefuck mining town community. And when the Mexican Revolution slash like the Mexican Civil War kicked off and shit, they were pretty gun ho about joining around with the rest of the trade unionists and anarchists around at that time, to fight for a better Mexico, basically. And it's actually where George Lucas got inspiration from Princess Leia, when it came to at least the original trilogy in Star Wars, which I thought was pretty cool. So there's at least a little introductory, fun, cool fucking fact about like, around that time. So, because it kind of, it twists itself into a modern entertainment.
And even though normal people lose their right to just vote if they're a felon, if they're convicted of a crime, right? So it's so hypocritical to see them all laugh about this after they've been on this whole tough on crime shtick for decades now. And I wouldn't be as annoyed if they actually supported restorative justice and thought that felons should be allowed to vote. But the problem is they don't. So it's elitist because it comes across as, well, when we do crimes, it's fine. But when poor people do crimes, they should lose everything, their right to vote. But when we do it, we can still run for president. We can still run.
Or even an ability to work. Because most companies and most jobs won't even accept you if you have a criminal record. So it's like, I mean, you lose a lot of fucking rights if you have a criminal record of any form.
Public office. It's just very gross. So, I mean, even if Lauren Boebert loses, CD4 very clearly is still going to go with some ghoulish Republican who's as bad as Bobo, if not worse. But with that being...
In all things considered, it sounds like Sonnenberg, which is one of those no-name fucks. Like, it sounds... I wouldn't be surprised if he's the guy with the MAGA hat that was like, high-fiving her earlier. And if that's the case, then, yeah, I think it's going to be the next rising star in the MAGA crowd, whether Trump wins or not.
Do I still hope that she loses? Yes, because I think it would be hilarious and possibly the biggest self-own in the history of American politics if she literally lost her election after switching districts specifically.
Well, I don't know about that. There was like that one president who basically was a president for like a month and a half because from my understanding, he got shot during his inauguration and like he kept on, like finishing his inauguration speech. with a bullet in his fucking lung, just like, all right, I'm finishing the speech, fuck you. So anyway, just like coughing up blood, just like finishing his speech. Kind of being like a Chad almost, like, which I could kind of respect, but like he got an infection and like, and he couldn't fight it off and basically, died because of it. It's just like, oof. I mean, it's like if he actually probably, like got treatment, immediately, that day, he probably would have been fine. Because it also happened to be like a cold, day and shit too, or something like that. Like, I mean, it was basically like a combination of just like everything not going right. And he just like died within a few months. Or at least like a month and a half or something like that. Like, he's one of the shortest lived presidents in America. Like, I mean, he pretty much doesn't even count as a president because once he got inaugurated and everything, he was pretty much hospitalized the entire time. Like, I mean, he wasn't even there to really be a president. So, honestly, like, does he even fucking count? I don't even remember his name. I just, like, know this happened. So it's like, does he even really count? Do we even really truly count him as a president? I mean, he's just like the guy that's like, oh yeah, he got shot, sick, and died within, like, a short tenure of his presidency. Didn't even last a month, basically. It's like, oof.
She thought that she would have an easier time getting reelected. If that happened...
I feel like that's the biggest cell phone in American history, honestly. I mean, I will admit, Boebert's is up there, but I don't think anything will ever top that, honestly. I don't think anything would.
Oh, it'd be amazing. Like, you can't beat that. So I'm crossing my fingers, and I'm hoping that the universe delivers.
Oh, don't worry, it will. I feel like it will deliver. Including with, I guess, Trump doing some illegal drug smuggling, which I'm not surprised. I get worse. Well, no shit. Oh my god, there's a lot of it. We probably could literally have, like, a endless gauntlet of, like, secular talk videos, because honestly, there's a lot of things I could talk about here. This whole fucking border thing here, the Pelosi, which honestly, there's actually a Mike video that I'd, rather look at, instead, but I haven't had my overdose on the Israel shit quite yet, but I have been taking microdoses, so I'm certainly sure shit ain't clicking that. So, and the Alabama thing. Oh, is that what happens? I thought, wait, I thought, like, okay, oh my god. So, okay, look, I'm not really an advocate for capital punishment, but, when it comes to doctor-assisted suicide, right, like, we have drugs for that, right? Like, from my understanding, usually it's like a pill that you take, while you're having your final meal or whatever the hell. And then you have like one more after that, and then, or something like that. Why not do it like that, right? Like, if we already have something like that when it comes to like doctor-assisted suicide type of shit, or like when it comes to someone being terminally ill or whatever the fuck, which Oregon is one of the few, I think there's only like 2 or 3 states that have it legal. I'm pretty sure it's like Oregon, like Massachusetts, and I'm pretty sure it's like those 2 states. Oregon for sure. I'm pretty sure it's Massachusetts, the other state, but I might be wrong, and I think it might be like one other. But I know it's at least 2 for sure. Like, there's only like barely really any states that have it legal. But it's like there obviously is, a drug or a chemical available for that process that is totally fine and does not, imply torture in any way, shape, or form. So why in the fuck are we not just doing that? If we're going to have this capital punishment bullshit in these states, why don't they just have those fucking things? Because, like, this other bullshit is ridiculous. I'd rather literally get, firing squad than, being tortured with nitrogen gas for 22 fucking minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. At that rate, it's like, just fucking shoot me. I'd rather literally do the old generic fucking Wild West hangman's noose at this rate. Because at least that might be a little quick. I'll take a goddamn guillotine for fuck's sake. So, like, I'll take anything but, like, some weird chemical cocktail or some gas cocktail bullshit. Like, seriously. You know, we don't even have to look at that fucking video right there, and I'm already getting my goat over it. That's how you know that we don't even need to see that video. Just because I'm already getting my fucking goat over it. Because I already know kind of some of the deets over it. I don't know too much about the dude, but it's just like, either way, whether he was like, maybe innocent or guilty of whatever he did, I don't even know what he really did. I guess he was like, hired to be a hitman or something? That's about as much as I know. I think he was like a hitman or some shit. You know what? It's like, at that rate, hey, a job's a job. You know what I'm saying? Just give him life in prison or something. You know what? If he rehabilitates being like, yeah, I was just doing it for the money. It was just a job for me. It's like, obviously I want to do this out of, like, pleasure or goodwill or anything. I would be rehabilitate, blah, blah, blah. Fine, cool. But nope. Nope. Death. It's like, good fucking grief, man. It's like, this country sucks. This country sucks, man. And of course, it's Alabama, too. Shout out to Alabama. Anyway, we're looking to go into this. Trump's White House pharmacy illegally dealing drugs. Which, I mean, Reagan's administration was doing the same. Nixon's administration was doing the same. I mean, hell, even Clinton's to a certain extent. Like, when it comes to these administrations, like, when it comes to the drug war that Nixon started, especially, it was all, like, basically a fucking drug, like a drug marketing scheme, for the fucking pharmaceutical industries and for, the politicians and the higher ups in power. Because it's drugs for me, but not for thee.
All right, so I'm curious how many of you came across this story, but I got to share with you. This is really something. So it appears like Trump's White House was dealing drugs. I know that sounds hyperbolic, but when you get to specifics, it's the inevitable conclusion of all of the facts that are laid out here. And make no mistake about it, these are facts. We have the records to back this up. And we also, by the way, may have cracked the code of what is Trump on? Because for a long time, there was all sorts of speculation. For example, he was using a UK version of Sudafed, which still had an active ingredient in it, which was a massive upper. He stockpiled the UK version of Sudafed. And then, of course, there's the classic examples of when he was debating Hillary Clinton. He couldn't stop. He was sniffing nonstop, which is a classic example of what a cocaine user would do, but it didn't have to be cocaine that he was sniffing. He could have been sniffing the Sudafed. It could have been Adderall, for example. People who worked on The Apprentice with him claim.
I honestly think our boy is doing some addies.
Hey, he's addicted to Adderall. We may finally have our answer based on some of the records here as to what he's actually on, okay? And the answer may surprise you just a little bit. Okay, so.
What is it?
This is in Rolling Stone.
I mean, I'm willing to say it's Adderall, or maybe Sudafed.
Trump's White House pharmacy handed out drugs like candy. A Department of Defense report found an obscene lack of control over the handling of controlled medications while Trump was in office. So we'll get to the list in just a little bit. This is really something. White House pharmacists reportedly distributed uppers and downers like candy to Trump administration officials during
downers too? What? Is he fucking flexing out benzos and shit like that as well? The fuck?
Time in office, according to a new report from the Department of Defense Inspector General. So, just to be clear, when they say uppers and downers, what that means is these pills were absolutely being used to get high. It wasn't like, oh, there was an abundance of cholesterol medication that was being handed out. No, it was all stuff that makes you high.
Wanna get high?
Okay.
Dude, it's just like fucking Talley's the drug dealer in White House, man.
Page document
what the fuck?
Released on January 8th found all phases of the White House medical unit's pharmacy operations had severe and systemic problems due to the unit's reliance on ineffective internal controls to ensure compliance with the pharmacy safety standards. The investigation, which began in 2018 after the Office of Inspector General received complaints about improper medical practices within the White House medical unit, found a slew of compliance issues and improper safety standards. The medical unit's operations fall under the jurisdiction of the White House Military Office. The report covers a period between 2009 and 2018, with a majority of its findings coalescing around 2017 to 2019 during the height of the Trump administration. While Trump lived under the White House roof, the pharmacy reportedly kept messy handwritten records, spent lavishly on brand name medications, and failed to comply with a slew of federal law and Department of Defense regulations governing the handling, distribution, and disposal of prescription medication.
Shocker. Oh, man. Color me surprised.
Though in-person inspections and interviews with over 120 officials, the report concluded that the White House Medical Unit provided a wide range of healthcare and pharmaceutical services to ineligible White House staff in violation of federal law and regulation and DoD policy. Additionally, the White House Medical Unit dispensed prescription medications, including controlled substances, to ineligible White House staff. One witness told the Department of Defense Office of Inspector General that pharmacy staff regularly prepared go bags of prescription medication to White House staff in advance of overseas trips.
Go bags? Just imagine these little like baggies of just like full of random ass pills, man. What the
One of
hell?
our requirements was to go ahead and make packets up for controlled medications, and these would typically be Ambien or Provigil, and typically both.
Dude, Roseanne Barr's favorite drug, Ambien? Oh shit, dude.
Ambien's
Maybe it does make you racist.
a sleep medication. Provigil is an
Ambien made me racist. I'm sorry. Oh my god, dude. Maybe Ambien does make you racist. What the fuck? Holy shit!
It's like an anti-narcolepsy drug that makes you super high and sharp. The witness said. So we would normally make these packets of Ambien and Provigil, and a lot of times they'd be in like 5 tablets in a Ziploc bag. And so traditionally, too, we would hand these out.
It wasn't a little Ziploc baggie. Oh my god! Oh my god! It was.
Sedative used to treat insomnia. Provigil is a stimulant used to treat narcolepsy. Both are considered controlled medication. The witness added that a lot of times the senior staff would come by, or their staff representatives would come by the residence clinic to pick it up. And it was very much a, hey, I'm here to pick up this for Miss X. And the expectation was we would just go ahead and pass it out. Passing medication out often undersold the problem, as the report found that over-the-counter drugs were often left out in bins for staff to simply grab at their own leisure. The report found that between...
It literally was like a bowl of candy, dude. Like it's Halloween. Oh my god. What the hell? Wow.
2017 and 2019, the White House spent an estimated $46,500 on brand name Ambien, which is 174 times more expensive than the generic equivalent. An estimated $98,000 for brand name Provigil, which is 55 times more expensive than the generic equivalent. In his conclusion, the Department of Defense Office of Inspector...
Dude, Trump loves his, like, dude, he's a name brand guy, dude. He doesn't want no generic peasant fucking drug. He wants, like, the name brand good shit, dude.
General recommended that the Director of Defense Health Agency aid the White House in developing more robust policies for the control and management of prescription medication. Okay. So, now let's get to some of the specifics. This is a list of prescription medication that was ordered by the White House Medical Unit over just a 9-month period in 2019. Thousands of Ambien pills, but more importantly, there were 7 different orders of either fentanyl, morphine, or ketamine.
Fucking fentanyl? The fucking fent? Bro. I don't want to hear these Republicans scream and cry about fucking fentanyl, like, being, smuggled in from China via MS-13 or so. I don't want to hear him ever fucking say any of that shit ever again, dude. Because your boy Donnie in his White House was fucking buying that shit in bulk. Dude, oh my god. Dude, honestly, this makes me wonder. This honestly makes me fucking wonder. Tinfoil hat moment. Like, I wonder how many overdoses from fentanyl in Washington, D.C. specifically can be attributed to this during that time frame, during Trump's administration. I wonder how many overdoses from fentanyl from, some random sad homeless prostitute, gay homeless person or some shit. I honestly really wonder. I'm not even kidding, dude. I bet like a lot of those fucking numbers probably are attributed to shit like this. Because holy fuck, dude, what? I mean, you know, forget the ketamine and the morphine and shit like that. I mean, fentanyl. And these same motherfuckers are the ones who cry to, you know, home to the Dickens over this shit. And look, it's a problem. I mean, I think, you know, it really needs to be fucking addressed, but like, fucking really?
Note that this was just a clinic and didn't do any major procedures, which required even moderate sedation. The real White House drug story wasn't the cocaine found under Biden, but the fentanyl, morphine, ketamine prescribed under Trump. Very possibly to Trump. I'm going to comment on that in a minute. Note that the maximum dosage of Ambien is typically 10 milligrams once per day. This would likely amount to a 3 or 4 year supply over an 8-month period. So now let's break it down. You got Ambien, you got Provigil, you got ketamine, you got morphine, you got fentanyl, you got Vicodin, you got Percocet, you got all sorts of various versions of Oxy.
Dude, fucking Trump is just a pharmaceutical. Dude, he's just a pharmaceutical factory walking around. He's walking around like a pharmaceutical factory, dude. Like, oh my god. Like, is he a mobile Walgreens? I mean, holy shit, man. Like, goddamn. I mean, what the fuck, bro? I'm honestly kind of at a loss for words, man. Like, I think we're at the point in our timeline where I'm starting to get at a loss for words for a lot of things that are going on these days. Because I'm finding myself at a loss for words way more often than not. Because I'm just, what the fuck? Oh my god. I am shocked. That's why they call him the Big Don. Yeah, man. That's why they call him Big Don, bro. Do you think this might play a role as to why he's so disassociated now? Because I'm willing to bet that Fred Trump, you know, was the same way. His dad, I'm willing to bet he was the same way. Like, oh my god, man, dude, it's one of those things where I have to just like wrap my noodle around for a minute because, like, holy shit. And if it was bad under Trump, you know, like this. How bad was it under, like, you know, like I was saying, from, like, Bush to Clinton to Reagan, Nixon, etc.? Like, how bad was it under these motherfuckers? They were just able to keep it under the radar. And if anything, scapegoat, you know, like the blacks, the hippies, or, you know, the immigrants, or, you know, these cartels, and blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, they were able to do their fucking scapegoating. But, like, I don't even know, man. Republicans in the 80s to early 2000s say no to drugs. Well, the thing is, they still do this, but now they're just almost like they can't really keep the facade anymore. At least then they had a facade going on.
The opioid, which makes you high. It's a pain reliever, but it definitely makes you high, and it's, of course, very addictive. You have various kinds of benzos. So when you go through the list of the stuff that people were taking, it's like a hoop.
This pretty much confirms the government introduced drugs to the black community. I mean, not that there wasn't already evidence for that in the first place, but yeah. I think this really does, at least just out of coincidence or anecdotal sake, or at least, you know, just like, you know, Akuta Matata type of situation, you know what I mean? Like, even though this doesn't really necessarily have to do with that inherently, this really shows the root, broader, like, you know, implications, you know, here. And it really does confirm that, like, if, like, the White House, you know, to a certain extent is basically, like, a pharmaceutical factory, then, yeah, this kind of confirms the fact that, you know, the American government, the White House, the CIA, you know, fucking introduced drugs to the black community. You know, all over this fucking country. Like, I mean, it pretty much, I think, honestly confirms this for a fucking fact at this point. Not, like I said, not that there weren't already, you know, I think, you know, pretty obvious facts to show that, but, I mean, this is just another fucking nail on that coffin, you know what I mean? I mean, Man. You know, it honestly makes me, you know, kind of vindicated when it comes to my music taste a little bit, not to stunlock it, because, like, if you want to listen to a really good song that kind of talks about this, actually, funny enough, I played it in the background before. It's a collaboration album called The Last Scream of the Missing Neighbors by Joel Biafra and Dead on Arrival, DOA. And there's the last song, Full Metal Jack Off. I mean, there's a lot of lyrics in that song that directly talk about like the drug war and the drug crisis at that time. That frankly, if you just replace some of the lyrics and some of the, you know, specific words and, you know, in the verses here and there, you can say the same thing now. I mean, honestly, if you just replace a couple of verses or a couple of lyrics here and there with some, you know, modern equivalent, you know, of today's, you know, problems and shit, that song is pretty much, you know, more true than ever. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's a good fucking song. It's a 14-minute long song, but it's a good fucking song. Supply logic, shall we? Cocaine is an expensive drug and need to make crack. So if that's the case, how's some poor black person supposed to acquire some unless someone showed it to him? Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, there's either, you know, like, you know, higher influential elements and figures that are able to introduce that into their communities. And yeah, sure, to a certain extent, the cartels can play a role in that. But the thing is, when it comes to this whole drug war and introducing these drugs into those communities, the cartel played a major fucking role. The CIA collaborated with some of them. In fact, I mean, the Sinaloa cartel, I'm pretty sure that's the cartel specifically. But when that first foundated, guess who first foundated their ass? Like, it was meant to be counter terrorist groups, militia type guys that were hired, trained, and collaborated with the CIA to, you know, try to bust and, you know, take out some of these drug cartels. And guess what they decided to do? Make their own. Like, and use their training to basically train a badass fucking disturbing, very heavily equipped fucking army, you know, essentially for a fucking drug cartel and have a lot of fucking power in Mexico nowadays. The original guys, I think at this point aren't really there anymore, but a lot of their legacy training and all this other shit that they passed down, you know, since they've been around is still there and alive and well. In fact, a lot of other cartels have pretty much, you know, adopted their same shit. So, if anything, the power of the cartels, especially considering that they're pretty much the equivalent of like, and as well armed, if anything, weirdly enough, better armed than the fucking Mexican military in some ways. It's like you really unironically could thank the fucking CIA for that. I'm not even kidding. Thank the CIA, because, you know, the guys, you know, that were running these cartels, or at least, you know, what eventually will be what became these cartels today, were, you know, motherfuckers who were, you know, having their shots being called back from the White House by their CIA goonster friends. I mean, that was what was going on. They got supplied by them, got equipment, got training, all this other shit, and it got passed down, and now it's just basically like word of mouth, and all these other fuck cartels know what the fuck it is, and have it all like written down their own, and have adopted and, you know, if anything, evolved some of these different tactics into their own, you know, unique ways and shit, and now reign pretty powerful in a lot of areas in Mexico, and really just in Central and South America broadly. Because, you know, the CIA pretty much, like, you know, gave them a leg up in a lot of ways. Like, the CIA is almost like its own government in a sense. It's like its own proxy government within our government. It's like, it needs to be fucking abolished. I mean, not to get tinfoil hat moment here, but I kind of feel like, at least in some part, as to why JFK was yeeted is because he had strong interest in abolishing the CIA. So I think that might play a role as to why he might have been, unalived. But, you know, like I said, we're gonna go in tinfoil hat mode, you know, for tonight, I guess. Have some tinfoil hat moments. But you know what? Every now and then, you just need to have a, you know, they're making the chemicals turn to frogs game moment. You know, we just, you know, we need it every now and then. You know, we need something to, you know, stir the pot in the brain a little bit. Make you motherfuckers start thinking at least a little bit. Think outside the box. How many dollars in damage did Trump do in this pick? It would be an awesome D&D class ever. You just conjure different drugs. Like cast spells to get people to effects of drugs. Cast Bad Trip. Opponent claws off their own face. Cast Good Trip. Opponent in Euphoric Bliss accidentally wanders off a cliff. Damn. Underrated gem from Trump administration. What's going on here? Critical space flight hardware. Do not touch. And Mike Pence is touching it. He literally says don't touch, and he's like, I'm VP, I could touch it. Praise the Lord. I'm giving it the Lord's blessing. Oh my goodness. Hey, there's a video I wanted to look at. That's actually a longer version of the one I saw earlier. What the fuck? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the one that was like an hour long instead of like an hour 20. Gotta love the Hassan Industrial Complex. Because that was something I wanted to look at. Okay, apparently my phone does not understand that I'm trying to... Oh, okay, there we go. No! Doesn't understand when I am trying to click where I'm clicking. Okay, there we go. Now I found the one I wanted to look at. Because at least it's kind of cut down just a smish. Just a shmish. Not as long as the other one. I'll just have it set aside, at least for right now. The Drugmancer. Dude, I want the Drugomancer, dude. The Drugomancer. Dude, if I could be a Drugomancer, I would... It can't be Drugmancer. It has to be like Drugomancer or like Drugomancer. Like, you have... put like an A or an O in between Drug and Mancer, and yeah, there you go. It flows a little better. Drugomancer, dude. Dude, I would love to be that. Dude, you know how much I would be like, doing like little micro mushroom doses or something? Or shit like that. And I'm like, you know what? It's good up, I feel like I'm a good spot to do some DMT or something. Just conjure some fucking DMT right there. And just like, just have a DMT trip right here and now. Boom, dude. That would be like the best like wizard right there. Being a Drugomancer, bro. That's truly being a badass wizard, I tell you what. Oh my god, look at this pup. Holy shit, his little ear. Look at that ear. It's flipped over. Dude, he is out. He's out like a rock. Look at this fucking thick tail, dude. The tail's so thick. Oh, a little ball. He's so cute when he's just wrapped up in a little ball. So adorable. His little ear just flipped over. It's so cute. Like I don't give a fuck. I like how he has like a little indent in his little head. It's a perfect little spot to scritch. Oh, he's so cute. He's so adorable. You lazy boy, furniture and appliance. You lazy boy. Oh yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's outy begouty. Outy begouty. Oh no! Oh, wow! I put the camera away, and now you're up. Hello, big chunk. You chabunga. Oh, it's so cute. He's so adorable. I just squeeze those little fluffy cheeks of his and just pop that little head of his like a little cherry. Heroin boost. Party becomes more tolerant to damage. Cast Meth speed. Party can dodge projectiles left and right. Dude, get like the Pants of Chocolate. Just conjure, like, fucking Panzer chocolate for, like, the meth. And just have them just, like, scarf that shit down. Because at least then it'll be pretty good. Honestly, I wonder what that would be like. Panzer chocolate, like, basically, like, amphetamine mix of chocolate. I'm not gonna lie, I am a little curious as to what that would be like. I mean, if, the supposed alien Uber dimensions, fucking were able to do it and be just fine, then I don't know. I mean, I don't see what the issue is. The Germans also, the Nazis also invented the sex doll. Think about that. That's a little like, what the fuck? So when you see a sex doll being formed, just know that the origins lie in the fact that Hitler didn't want his soldiers getting syphilis, gonorrhea, and other STDs by the French, prostitutes, after occupying France. And funny enough, it didn't catch on at all. Most of the soldiers that, had those things thought it was embarrassing and didn't keep them at all. They were just like, this thing's ridiculous. Fuck this. I'd rather get syphilis than to carry around this fucking thing. Which, I don't blame them. This makes my heart do that thing, and I don't like it. You just have to watch out for OD. Well, yeah. But, I mean, I'm talking about, like, if it's, like, Panzer chocolate. Which, if that's the case, then imagine if it's, like, a ration, basically. Like, it's a ration chocolate. Like, it was used for soldiers in World War II for the Germans to, like, keep them awake all night. It was like basically like a caffeine, a mega uber dextra caffeine boost, chocolate thing, essentially. Like, instead of having, like, 8 coffees in a row, you would just eat that, right? Like, so, I don't know. I mean, so, I mean, I feel like it'd be, if we're, like, basically recreating Panzer chocolate, like, that's basically just what I'm saying. If we recreate that, like, I think it would be okay. I mean, I'm sure you weren't supposed to eat the whole fucking bar of the chocolate, immediately, but if it's a part of your ration, then it's probably something that's meant to, last all day, or some shit. A German soldier in World War II with a blow-up doll. Maybe I shut the effect of the Allied forces. Well, I mean, at a certain point, a lot of them did. I mean, there was like, there was, funny enough, I actually know a lot about this because of a Sabaton song called Hearts of Iron. And I think it was the German Ninth Army, but the general of the German Ninth Army basically defied the orders of the Fuhrer, essentially, by trying to do a counteroffensive against the Russian onslaught in Berlin. And instead said, fuck that, I'm going to defy orders. And the basically broken apart, fragmented 12th Army, essentially was routed and retreating. So what they did was they made a counteroffensive of their own, so to speak, and created a corridor so that so those civilians and the last of the 12th Army can flee to go across the Elbe so they can surrender to the West. So it's like, I mean, it was basically like a proxy defection in a way, because it's like, the officers and the higher ups of these armies realized that, like, it's just fucked. I mean, there's no reason to keep this going. Like, I'm defying these orders because, like, it just fuck this. This is ridiculous, and honestly, saved probably, thousands of fucking lives, because of that. At least, especially when it comes to just civilians alone. I mean, because a lot of civilians knew this was kind of happening and were taking the opportunity to try to get the fuck out of Dodge and go west. And, so, because they were already hearing news about, like, different things that, when it came to, like the British and Americans, liberating, the Dutch, Belgians, French, etc. So they, a lot of them were taking, advantage of that. And we're like, let's get the fuck out of here. Fuck this shit. We're done. Because especially by 44 and 45, like, I mean, so many, like, of, like, this, what, maybe back in, like, the beginning of everything were probably, like, loyalists, it became so disillusioned that they're just like, what the fuck did we just get ourselves into? I mean, like, it became to the point where there was even, like, different, like, aspects of the German armed forces fighting against each other. Like, the Battle of Castle Itter, I think it's called. Like, that's a really interesting story because it was basically the Americans, working with the Wehrmacht to root out the last of the SS that were trying to do a counterattack on this castle that was occupied by the SS, but a lot of prisoners were able to kind of like fight them out a little bit. It's a really interesting story. It's a really cool story, honestly. And it's not the first time either that's happened. I mean, there was like in the very last like weeks and shit, there was a few times where a few like battalions and armies of the Wehrmacht just defected and worked with the Americans and the Allies, just being like, just we'll help you out. Like, what do you need? If you like, fuck these, loyalist SS Nazi dog fucks. We're done with this shit. We're fuck this. We just want peace at this point. We're done. We fucked up. Our bad. It was basically kind of like that type of vibe. But it was specifically more or less with the Wehrmacht where that happened. Like, it was, the SS were like literally especially at that point in the war, they were like the loyalists of the loyal. Like, they were willing to fucking no surrender, fucking like no prisoners type of shit, like go down to the wall fucking type of shit. I mean, to the point that the survivors, were kind of doing like at least psychological guerrilla warfare tactics of like the SS like guerrilla like Wolfpack brigades and stuff that were kind of a problem in West Germany and East Germany after the war and stuff. So, I mean, crazy fucking history of that time, and yeah, it's just how did I get on this tirade again? I know it had something to do with like German bloods, like saws and stuff like that with that weird little fun fact, but where was the root of it? I know we had this link that so we'll just go to the link. This trivia from Muppets Most Wanted is burned in my brain. Danny Trejo's mother passed away as he was filming his last scenes in this movie, as he was finishing his scenes, so he could fly back to Los Angeles to the funeral. The cast and the crew offered their condolences and sympathies to him. Trejo, known for his tough guy role and demeanor, shrugged off the sympathies. Damn. When Stevie Whitmore offered his condolences and the character as Kermit the Frog, Trejo broke down crying. Offered his condolences as Kermit. Oh my god. Why do I feel like that's so horrible? Poor Trejo, bro. I know he was in Lady Ballers or whatever the fuck for like 2 seconds, but I mean, I still got a soft spot for him, dude. I still like Trejo. I still like him. But man, what the fuck? Dude, Steve Whitmire or whatever your fucking name is, fuck you. You piece of shit. Fuck you. That's awful. That's horrible. I would break down crying if you did that to me too, you prick. Like, what the fuck? That's horrible. Oh my god. That's so awful. What a dick. What a fucking dick, man. I would have want Kermit to be like, I'm so sorry about your mother passing away. It's like, that would, like, no, I don't want, oh my god. You wouldn't feel touched if Kermit offered your condolences? Maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong way. Am I just looking at it in the wrong, am I just being cynical? I feel like, yeah, and now you're making me second guess it. Because I feel like that's just so, oh my god, I don't know. Maybe I'm, I don't know. Maybe I am fucking second guess. Maybe I am being cynical about it. Maybe I need to second guess it. Maybe it is like, that's so touchy kind of pose. Let me read it again. Maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong way. Maybe I just look at it the wrong way. I mean, maybe that's what was going on. As he was finishing his scene so he could fly back to LA for the Trejo, known as tough guy role, and the man shrugged off sympathies when Whitmire offered his condolences. He broke down crying. And we are worse off not having new Muppet movies in our lives. You know what? I think the reason why I got cynical right off the bat, because you want to know who I also affiliate with Kermit? I think we know. You have to clean your room, bucko. I mean, it's like, I think there was just an inherent, like, gut reaction bias, I think. Because when I think of Kermit the Frog, you know, with his voice, and, like, like my bias would immediately think Jordan Peterson is giving his condolences. Like, I think that's why. I think my bias, you know, nowadays, you know, kind of came in, you know, kind of played a role on that one, I feel like. So now that I'm second guessing it, I kind of realized I was being a cynical fuck. So, you know what? I retract my initial reaction to this. You know, I would be kind of touched. I would be even more touched if fucking Kermit was right there. And the actual Kermit, not, you know, the meme, you know, you have to have a carnivore diet. You know, fucking goddamn Kermit, you know, fuck that one. But, you know, the Kermit, you know, I'm cool with. I'll be okay with that. Y'all won. Goddamn. All right, what we got? You're rate limited? Did it really prevent me from looking at this? Dude, fuck you, Twitter. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Really? I am rate limited, dude. Musk fucking just like cock blocked you, dude. He cock blocked you. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, look at this. Yeah, it literally says it. Yeah. He cock blocked your ass. He cock blocked your ass. Dude, I'm butthurt too. What the fuck, man? No! Damn it! What the fuck, dude? Boo! That's bullshit. Found a way around it. Take that, Musk bitch. Whoa. Well, hi. I dated a Chinese guy, a French guy, an American guy. Broke all their hearts. That's for Vietnam. That's for Vietnam. Damn. Roasted. And based.
This week,
Anyway, let's get to this because we've been holding on to this for a fat minute. Yeah, remember we lost. Oh, I know. I like to rub it in. I mean, not to, well, like, actual vets, but I like to rub it in the fact that, like, yeah, we lost. It was a fucking boondoggle. It traumatized everybody in the horrible ways. Should never have happened. Like, all the boys and all the, you know, men that, you know, fought in that fucking shit, they're traumatized to fucking beyond recognition. Like, this should never have happened. They should have never, you know, like, I got a whole spiel about it, yeah, you know, et cetera, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, you know, still, it's like, yeah, we lost. It was a fucking ridiculous thing. I'd argue we even lost in Afghanistan, too. A lot. That's like that's our generation's Vietnam now. So, yay. Amazing.
Try out the various methods, products, and exercises that the looks maxing community promotes to see if it actually has an impact on my appearance. So let's see the results.
Wait, so there's like some extra level shit that goes into this? Oh no. Okay. Oh man. All right. I kind of forgot this is like incel shit that we were getting into. Oh fuck me. Okay. Is this like some borderline eugenics shit or something? Is there like some borderline phrenology happening? Is that what is that the vibe we're about to get here? Because I have a feeling that's what we're gonna get here. I'll turn it up just a smidge, but it's like American Nuclear London and being like, well, that's for the Revolutionary War. No, I'd necessarily be opposed and wouldn't make much of a difference to us anyway. I mean, yeah. It wouldn't unfortunately make that much of a difference, but, you know, hey. A little overkill, though.
Really quick, before the video starts, I just want to let you all know my comedy special, Keep Busy, is now available to purchase and own on my Patreon. You don't even need to be...
You know, that reminds me, next time I get paid, I need to get the Blu-ray of DFF's fucking meetup DVD thing. Because I actually want to see that. And as a patadone, you know, I kind of feel unfortunate that I missed out on that. And I wish that the next meetup that they do this year would be in the PNW, but I know for a fucking fact it won't. Makes me sad. And I swear to God, if Streamlabs decided to be retarded there for a second. It gave me a like, oh, we're gonna. I swear to God, if it decided to be retarded, I'm not gonna be happy with that right now. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm not gonna be happy. But as long as things are fine, then I don't give a shit. We're gonna just like keep on chugging, I guess. Seems fine so far. So you probably saw that weird little like Streamlabs reconnected thing. Okay, so I guess Streamlabs is just being weird. All right. Streamlabs is making me paranoid tonight. Thanks. Great. Thank you. That's what I need right now.
Member of my Patreon to watch the special. You can just purchase it with a couple of clicks and watch it as many times as you want for the rest of your life. Thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. Also, there's a few tickets left for my shows in Arizona coming up very soon. And I'm doing a hometown show in Hamilton, Ontario. Tickets are available right now. Links in the
Come to Portland.
description. Thank you so much. Enjoy the video.
I want to compliment his mullet.
It's a new year, and now is the time to start setting some goals and
Honestly, it's more gay to not say that Henry Cavill is hot than not. What do you mean?
aspirations for yet another trip around the sun. We've been circling.
God damn it, Rip. All right. Since we're not there quite yet. Oh, shit. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, you know, I think I've seen this before. I think I saw this on Public Freakout one time. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Dude, he is like holding on, dude. Oh my god, dude. This actually unlocked a core memory in my mind. Dude, one time, were you there? No, I don't think you were there, Rip. It was me, I think Tyler, and who else was with me? I think it might have been Harley. I forgot who. It was one time where we were going to the Blues Fest. It was like one year where we were going to Blue Fest. I think it was like either just after high school or it was around that time. It was like either fresh out of high school or just about to be out of high school. It was around that time. I remember that much. I think it might have been before Harley fucked his wrist up, if I remember correctly. But there was a drunk guy harassing, some chick, and shit, and eventually got kicked off the bus. This is back when, actually, you know what? I know for a fucking fact this is in high school because, the orange line wasn't constructed yet because, what was it, the 31? It was that one bus line that would go down to fucking, what basically was what the orange line is today. Like, and, I remember that old 33. Yeah, I mean, it was the old bus line. I don't know if that was the old 33 or like the 31. I forgot which one it was. Either way. I mean, not that the number really fucking matters at this point. But, like, this dude eventually got kicked out of the bus and he tried to, like, do this, basically. And those TriMet buses and public buses, they're flat like this, on the front of them. So, like, because the bus tried to, pull out after it got kicked out. After the cops were called, after, one of them, pulled up behind the bus, to deal with him, he ran and jumped in front of the bus as, like, like, as it was, the driver was trying to drive away and shit, and do this shit, basically. Like, and the dude, I remember, was me like, yeah, my mom passed away and shit, and it's like, and you kind of remember her, you're really pretty and blah, 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 just harassing this chick, and I'm just like, and I kind of remember, like, a bunch of people like, dude, you're fucking, she doesn't want any of your attention. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, what the fuck? And, bus driver eventually, it was just like a wacky ass, like, scenario. And I was like a fucking high schooler, so I was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh shit, whoa. Remember the old 33? Yeah. The old 33. What the fuck? I like how the bus driver don't give a fuck.
I get off the bus.
Cow! Yeah. But not for them. For you.
Good, you follow. No.
But I like how the driver's just continuing on going, dude. I love this bus driver, bro. Not giving a fuck. I mean, honestly, he's weirdly enough fairly safe. I mean, he's got himself positioned on the bumper, holding on, and he's got himself pretty secure. So, he ain't going nowhere. Unless, the bus driver decides to go, abruptly stop. You know what I'm saying? Which I kind of want him to do really badly. I want to see him be like, oh, and just fall off. I just kind of want to say it. Please tell me that's what happens. Please, please, please. Did we get to see?
Get off the bus.
We don't get to see. God damn it! I wanted to see. Is this the same thing? Wait, what's this? What's going on here? For some reason, I guess it doesn't want to show, like, the title of what was said. It just wants to go right to the... Okay, whatever. Wait, what the fuck? Wait a minute. You got a dog. You got a lady on that fucking balcony right there. There's a dog on the ground with a leash. On the ground with this lady holding to the leash. I swear to fucking God, if this dog is not on some sort of a harness, I unironically will not be able to say what I would have to say about my feelings about this. But let's just play the video out. I can't tell. Like, I could tell that's a dog. It's a small one. I can't tell if there's a harness or a collar on it. It's Boomer, you're expecting too much. Rip, why did you show me this? We already have that incel video that we're stunlocking on right now. Like, I mean, and now you're showing me this. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna need to get another beer or something. Oh my God. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, don't do this. I swear to fucking God. If she does like some hangman noose shit. Oh my God! Yeah, you know, no, fuck that. I saw it. That's all I need to see. No, fuck it. No. Burning it all to the ground. I saw that shit. No. Dude, like I said, I got some words I can say that I just can't, I can't fucking say. I can't. Do you want me banned? Like, I honestly can't say what I have to say. I already got some fucking feelings, man. Woo! What the fuck is up with boomers lately? Oh my God, me and my coworker were talking about that earlier today. Oh my God. Do you think them eating lead paint, has gotten to them? Do you think them having leaded paint and leaded water has actually gotten to their brain at this point? Yeah, even Rose is saying it. Goddamn lead, dude. Goddamn fucking lead. Then he started arguing like, okay, this is where going back to my walk. Wait, what? That reminds me, did I already tell you about this couple on my long story short if I didn't? I don't think he did. They were looking for this guy's wallet, and when they realized I didn't have it, his wife or whoever called him a jackass. We started arguing, I was like, okay, this is weird, I'm gonna back up my walk now, what the fuck? Eternal Lead just reached peak velocity this week. I guess it has. Jesus Christ, oh my God, man, wow. You really showed me something that was insane. Let's just say that she probably maybe or maybe not deserves the same treatment in Red Dead Redemption 2. Get the lasso, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's about as far as I could say when it comes to my fucking thoughts, because I need to have, it's like a fucking, pressure cooker. It's like, steaming up. It's like, got to release the valve a little bit. I had to have a little valve release, okay? YouTube, don't ban me. All in GTA, Red Dead Redemption 2, Minecraft, Roblox, whatever the fuck you want. All content and satire. Thank you, Wojcicki, or whoever the CEO is. I don't remember or care. So, love you guys. Thank you for not destroying my channel. Anyway. They pulled up in a truck? That makes it even more weird.
That thing for years, man. It's probably super annoying. I feel bad for them.
XQC looks maxing?
They call him XQC. His real name, though, Felix Lemuel. At 27 years old, he has a lot of potential. You might not see it, but I do. Let's see what we're working.
Why would he not have potential? I mean, what?
Isn't he married?
He's already look. I mean, look. Felix is many things, but he's also a good-looking dude. You know what I mean?
He's pretty good looking.
But he's also a major fucking idiot.
Definitely above average when it comes to looks. He has some weak points though he can easily work on, specifically his eye area and his lips, lower third.
Is this some phrenology shit? What the fuck? Like, are these weird looks maxing incel types, like, okay with plastic surgery or something? I'm kind of curious as to, like, what some of their thoughts would be on some things like that, to be frank. Like, I mean, are they okay with, like, plastic surgery, implants, and, like, transhumanism style, like, futuristic ideas about, like, being able to, like, change your body and things? Like, I'm really kind of curious about what they would think about these things. Because if they're against any of that shit, then they got no room to fucking talk and need to shut the fuck up. How do I do work on that? I don't fucking know. Basically what I just described, but unless they're willing to maybe advocate for a potential future that, you know, normalizes and advances that ability and technology and shit like that, then I don't fucking know. I mean, at this, like, at least when it comes to just, like, outside of that, I don't know, like, just working out, maybe, you know, trying, you know, different ideas of basic, you know, makeup foundations to maybe, like, enhance certain features or something. I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess that would just be, like, you know, depends on, like, you know, how you look at it, I suppose. I mean, it's just, like, because at the end of the day, you have a roll of the dice of what you look like. Like, I got fucking high cheekbones. I got a big-ass fucking forehead. You know, I got a will speak for fucking hairline and shit. Luckily, I ain't bald and none. Thank fuck. You know, but, you know, it's pretty thick as fuck, too. Which, proud of my mane. But, like, either way. But I also can't really grow fucking facial hair that much. You know, and I'm also a skinny fucking high metabolistic fucking twink boy of a fuck. You know, it's like I'm a fucking twink fuck boy. You know, it's like, you know, and I'm all, you know, like, I have a variety of different genetics where, like, yeah, there's positives, but there's also, at least for me, I wish I could kind of amplify in different ways, but because my genetics are kind of negs. But that's fine. I don't care. I just kind of adapt and overcome with that. That's, you know, it's like, I mean, it's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, if anything, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, it's not really, you know, some sort of, like, end all be all to me. Like, I mean, if I really truly had it my way to have, like, a character creation screen like Cyberpunk or some shit where I can, like, transhumanize myself into whatever the fuck I want, I mean, I would basically be like an anthro fucking husky, you know, little, like, you know, like, fucking, you know, fuck toy or some shit. I don't know. Like, straight up. Like, I would just be, like, you know, one of those guys. And there's plenty of fucking other motherfuckers like that, but, you know, that's what I get for being a furry. But that's just me. Either way, though, I take the Freddie Mercury philosophy. I like to fucking get fucked. So, and there's plenty of other people who are the same fucking way. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter, like, at the end of the day, you know, if, you know, like, what people's, like, true peak, you know, look that they would want. It doesn't really matter. It's like, you have to roll the dice, and we're not at the world where we have, like, you know, character creation screen mode where you can basically, like, you know, make whatever the fuck you want for who you are and shit. Like, we're not there quite yet. You know, so you just kind of have to, you know, deal with the roll of the dice that you got. And you know what? That's fine. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you know, that doesn't exclude any potential that, you know, of who you are and shit. At least when it comes to the genetic aspect of things. It doesn't mean you can't improve on yourself or improve aspects of your looks and shit. But, I mean, when it comes to, like, your features of your cheekbones or your mouth region of your lower thirds or your eyes and this and that, it's like, you can't fucking change any of that outside of plastic surgery or things like that. So, I mean, why in the fuck should that even matter? That's just a roll of the dice, G. Husky with this protective crustaceous shell of a crab. The crustacean husky hybrid. Love it.
Let's get on with that. Here are his eyes, and in case you're wondering, he does have a neutral canthal loop. Though with this camera angle, I think he might even have a positive one. You're bound to have some eye redness or irritation from sitting in front of a screen for so long. Not so much with this eye, but this eye has some redness right there. Brightening eye drops are
What the fuck? Okay, what in the fuck?
for such a thing, so Felix, go ahead and get yourself some. Another crucial component of the eye area is your eyebrows, and he happens to have a kind of bushy. You can easily clean them up using one of these trimmers. The end result.
You know what? I mean, I can, have my shit bushy too. In fact, honestly, if anything, like the very inner, part of my eyebrows are bushy and everything else isn't. But it's also very predominant too. Like, especially in the shadow a little bit, see? It's like, kind of see that predominance. Honestly, I kind of wish it would kind of go all the way, because it kind of has like a nice little fucking, like, little thing. I kind of like how the eyebrows kind of look. I just kind of wish it would go like, and, but no, I just have like these tiny little things, and then everything else is just like, hey, what's up? Just fucking rizzing you all up my eyebrows now. It's like, hey, like what I got going on there, even though it's all fuzzy as fuck. Yeah, you know. There isn't any real evidence of screen damaging eyes. Yeah, I've heard that too. It's mostly about like, I mean, the exposure aspect of things could probably, play a temporary role, because sometimes your eyes can get very watery, and all that shit, but just don't look at the screen for so long. I mean, that's pretty much about it. I mean, obviously there is certainly, merit to taking a break from looking at a screen and shit, but I mean, so how long have I done streams, looking at my fucking phone screen and shit, for example, and my eyes haven't gotten like all watery unless I'm fucking laughing my ass off or some shit, right? I mean, so it's not exactly like, absolute, in any metric either. And honestly, I mean, if anything, like when it comes to like eye damage, it's more or less like, your perception of things. Like if you're constantly focusing on things that are very close to you all the fucking time and not like kind of observing, the background of long distance shit around you and stuff, then, it like that can play a role in the long term when it comes to your eyes and stuff, and when it comes to your perception and shit and your vision. But it's one of those things where, as long as you at least, don't constantly like stare at things so closely like this all the fucking time, then it ain't that big of a deal. That's why I always like to just kind of like stare at the stars, or like, observe nature around me and things like that, and, shit, because like I always like to look off at random things and kind of look off in the distance and, not just look at things right in front of me and shit. Like to see the forest for the trees, as they say. I'd say that's the second to last one. You're bound to have red eye irritation from staring at your skin for too long. I mean, exactly what you're doing right now. Yeah, I mean, also that guy was literally like right in a very gigantic bright light, just like looking like a fucking anime villain.
Wow, just look at that. Brightened, groomed, and ready. Now for the most important part.
Yeah, literally like this. He's doing it again. Looking like a fucking weird ass anime villain, dude.
The jaw. Felix, why haven't you grown a beard yet?
Okay, this guy's satire. This guy doesn't have a beard either.
Beard?
You don't got one either, bitch! Okay, this guy's satire. I feel like this isn't the video of what's-his-face, so... Yeah, okay, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, because that's just absurd. That was like a little bit of an overdose. I know at least, with our other boy, with Curtis, like, I mean, like... He's going to kind of progressively add to it and at least add some other stuff. Like, that guy was just OD. I was about to OD. It was like the secret fent that you wish you weren't, about to inject because you just wanted a little bit of, like, crack or something like that, but there's this fent in there and the OD and shit. Like, that's what that guy was. Like, oh, God. Oh, hell no. Like, oh, no. It's like someone spends way too much standing on the bed and trying to tell you too much sun gives skin cancer. I mean, they're not wrong, but, like, practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. Preach. Also in a music mood tonight. Like different little things that I think about with music and stuff. Yeah, I'm just like, just pops in the brain. Because that's a good song too. Practice What You Preach by Testament. Good song. And also very symbolic to what you're talking about as well.
No, Felix actually read about hair. 90% of how good someone looks. Hair is very important.
Look how sad the son looks.
And I'm only assuming the son is a boy because it's not called the daughter. Whether you want to read more books this year or work out, a way to never read a book ever again, whatever it is, there are tons of healthy and productive methods to achieve your goals. But obviously, if you've seen my videos before, we're not going to be talking about any of those methods today. I think a common New Year...
The Looks Max guy did you too. This is 100% a poop sock. And I'm gonna click on it, and I'm gonna ban the person. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna ban the person before even clicking on it. Any final words?
His resolution is to take better
I guess not.
care of yourself. And in turn, you'll look better and feel better, which is great. But I think in the modern age, with a never-ending onslaught of information from non-reputable sources, paired with the constant impulse to compare yourselves to other
I didn't ban him. But I didn't
people
click
who
either.
are only posting
Oh, I didn't? Damn.
the positive aspects of their life and appearance, it creates this sort of like perfect storm where people try to improve.
Oh my god, dog, are you okay? He just fell out of his chair. Are you okay, you little baby? Oh my god, I thought I was buzzed. Holy shit. You fell out of your chair, you fucking... You poor thing. Damn, you really got a little itch. Yeah, get that itch. Okay, how long are you going to be itching that? Well, that stopped you. Your ear is still flipped over, too, by the way. Goofy little fucking ball.
They look in the most harmful ways imaginable, which brings us to today's topic, looks maxing. If you've never heard of it before, the most basic definition of looks maxing is the physical improvement of a person's face and or body. According to an article in the New York...
It's so funny that, like, dudes can't just be, like, self-care. They can't just use, like, the previously created terms.
I mean, no shit. I mean, like, because there's nothing... actually, I mean, not only is there nothing wrong with self-care, but that's actually, you know, shocker, a good thing. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I think it's so weird, like, this whole, like, looks maxing thing is even a fucking thing, especially with the incel community, because, like, just do some self-care, bro. And honestly, I think the reason why is because self-care also implies their mental health and maybe, like, you know, introspection about their personality and their own, you know, like, outlook on life and stuff like that, too. And they don't want to do that, so they want to try to, like, you know, like, detach it, you know, from that and, you know, make it looks maxing or, like, you know, being like a, you know, some, you know, like, you know, some other variation of whatever fucking terminology that they use on this fucking front. Because, you know, the idea that, like, oh, you might have self-care means that you might improve on yourself and thus not be an incel anymore. And thus, that means you're a traitor to the community or whatever the fuck, you know? It's like, because, I mean, they will do that shit. Like, there will be incels who kind of, like, break away or aren't incels anymore. Like, straight up, that aren't a part of that and actually are able to, like, break away from it. And the same incel community that they were a part of and the forums and the groups and shit like that will just disown them and be like, yeah, you know, you've betrayed the cause, you have, you know, fucking, you know, broken away, you just don't understand it anymore, and blah, blah, blah. You've been blinded by the fucking, you know, hypocrisy and the indoctrination of wokeism in society and blah, blah, blah. Like, they'll just make up all this other bullshit, dude. They'll do all that type of shit. You know why it has cited that workers' mentality, so self-care comes improvement to make it sound more masculine. Yeah, that plays another role to it, too. Love Jim Jeffries' self-segment. I don't think I've seen that.
They have to, one, make up their own thing that's, like, manly. And two, they also have to, like, take it to an absolutely harmful degree. You can't just keep it at, like, self-care. Because, like, every guy's a 7 motto that I both live by and also advocate for you. It's basically like the same principles of looks maxing. No, all Zoomers, men and women, say looks maxing now. No, I know, you're right.
New York Times, the term looks maxing has roots on incel message boards and the manosphere, which heavily attribute romantic success to the perceived
Did you know it was a poop sock because you feel like you can't be improved upon? No, literally. I'm looks maxing.
You know what? If Hassan was bisexual or pansexual in any way, shape, or form, I'd let him smash, I'm not even gonna lie.
advantages held by tall and muscular men. So, in short, looks maxing is mostly done by insecure young men who are willing to try just about anything to improve their looks. And like I said, there are a ton of healthy...
Which, look, I mean, I get it, but if that's, like, pretty much, like, I mean, I guess it comes to the same idea of, like, oh, let me critique, society as, like, the root of the problems. It's like, well, no, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, could you improve your looks a little bit? Sure. I mean, that plays a role to an extent, and to a certain variable, society probably plays a role, and I do think, in a lot of ways it does. And, but at the same time, your personality and your outlook a little bit on life and other people and society kind of plays a role in that too. And if you have this like, oh, women are just a bunch of gold digging whores and blah, 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 and fuck them, they just need to have like, a strong man like me to fucking control them and blah, blah, blah. Like if you're like, if that's your outlook on shit, don't expect to get laid often. Don't expect to have a lot of, friends who especially might be chicks and shit. And don't expect, to get a lot of fucking, people that, are going to be cool to hang out with and shit. Don't expect that. So if, like, I mean, also your outlook and your perspective and your personality does play a role in this too. The thing is, I mean, even if you are kind of a quirky, awkward weirdo, because I'm that kind of guy, even if you are that, there's a way to where you can, work on that as well to where it can be, seen as like kind of a fun, cool, chill person to hang out with despite the quirks. And if anything, ends up being fun conversation starters because like, with the jacket that I have, right? Like I'm not wearing it right now, but I have it over here. Like with all the pins that I got and shit. And eventually I want to get patched up too. It's like, I mean, it's like, what, you don't think, all that type of shit's a conversation starter? Some of the songs to do for karaoke, conversation starter, stuff like that. I mean, karaoke's that, too. I mean, that inherently it certainly is. I mean, I've had people request, songs to be like, yo, I'll give you like $10 if you do this song. I do it, get $10. So, Damn. Damn, bro. But, like, it's like, I'm still awkward, quirky, silly fuck. I mean, Jesus! Do you mind? Fuck over there, you little prissy little bitch. But, God, you fucking distracted me. But like I was saying, it's like, I mean, even though I'm like an awkward, weirdo, quirky fuck, I mean, like, I could still work on that personality, and if anything, be, despite not being the most sociable person, still be pretty social and chill and hang out with people and, and be acquainted to be cool friends with people. And that includes chicks, too. I mean, to the point where I've even, been flirtatious with other people and stuff. It's like, because shocker, that's possible, despite all that, Did I go that far with it? Not really, because I'm not necessarily in the right, like, broader, space, for that yet. But it's definitely something that, I'm working on. And if anything, that's a part of the self-care and improvement thing that Hassan is also talking about. Like, and that's also why, like when it comes to like, seeking a relationship and stuff like that. And it's never really been my big forte right now because it would honestly be more of a detriment to trying to make that like some sort of priority than not. And I know my limits, so to speak, when it comes to these things. It wouldn't be something that I would be able to maintain. So it's like until like I'm in a better situation when it comes to those type of things, then I'm not going to worry about it, and it's totally okay. I mean, and honestly, I mean, part of that is just because like, I mean, it's like really, I mean, to an extent, I mean, it does kind of play a role of being, like getting laid and shit. To be frank, I do think that does kind of play a role, and I think, I mean, a lot of this does have to do with some of these things that we're talking about. Because, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was kind of like a borderline incel, before, I lost my virginity and shit. And I was just like a fucking awkward, not very sociable fuck, and thought that, oh, I'm never gonna get laid. Woe is me, depressive fuckwit and shit. Like I was a mess. Okay, like it wasn't really great. I mean, honestly, I was doing a lot of my streams on YouTube at that time, and and a lot of it was certainly just like not really like it just was me just not necessarily being in the greatest headspace, frankly, because of a lot of it because of that. And I know there were definitely streams where, at least back in the day, I can't really remember any specifically, but I just know back in the day where that's certainly, where some of that, shit kind of played a role a little bit about like kind of my feelings and my thoughts and just kind of talking about shit at that time. So I mean, I know that for a fucking fact. I just don't remember exact specifics or, type of streams or whatever, that played a role in, but I know it did. Excuse me. You handsome little bastard. Jesus Christ, you're so cute, but you're so annoying right now. Shut up. You adorable little thing. Your ear is flipped over still, and it's so adorable. I like how you don't give a fuck. I'm so tempted to go over there and flip that other little ear. But, like I was saying though, I mean, it's just like, something that, over time, it can, there isn't, a way to have like improvement and care with these type of things. And, and people go for fucking rough cycles like I did, and I, and honestly, some of that is out there, in the ether, especially on my channel, to an extent. And the thing is, it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, I don't blame, everyone else inherently. I don't blame, and I mean, it's like, I don't inherently just blame myself. I don't blame society just strictly. Like, I think, there's like a whole, like, mishmash of different variables, but at the end of the day, I only have control of what I have control of. And at least when it comes to these, problems and these issues, at least when it comes to this fucking shit specifically, there are things that I can do to work on these things. And that's what I've done. And still do. And the thing is, I'm not like, not insecure or like completely secure with these, things, completely. I mean, I still got my problems to an extent, but certainly in a way better attitude and mentality and perspective about these things than I was even like fucking 3 or 4 fucking years ago. So, and especially from like even before then. So, I mean, so it's definitely something that, has been a major improvement in my life. And a lot of it is just like the self-care aspect of things, really. And that's really what it comes down to. Son is piker-sexual. He is. I say you can blame everyone for things, but you can't blame everyone for everything. Actually, you can't blame everything on everyone. Only some things. Yeah. I mean, some things you can. Sure. But, like, at least, when it comes to this type of shit, I mean, it's not really something you can just strictly blame on one person. I mean, there's a lot of multitude of things, but, I mean, I guess if there really is, fundamentally at the end of the day, at least when it comes to these incels and shit, the person they could blame is themselves. But, I mean, just saw, the average person struggling with these things, I don't really equate them as incels and shit, because, I mean, like I said, I borderlined with it, but I never really identified as an incel and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just kind of thought that at least before I, got laid and before I actually had, sexual experiences, in a more fruitful way for my own self, in a sense. Like, I mean, it was one of those things where I thought, well, maybe there is some points. I don't want to be an incel, though, and I'm not that, because I'm still trying to but, I was kind of in that fucking weird teeter-totter moment. And I'm kind of glad that I was able to get out of that fucking rabbit hole, because Jesus Christ, man. Like, it was definitely a dark time for my, mental health at that point. Like, traffic since some vehicular traffic. What are you doing? Did you quit looking at your little booty, you fucking freak?
Proven ways to improve your health and appearance. But a lot of the look-smaxing methods and ideologies are just straight up danger.
just gonna say this right off the bat, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna finish this entire clip or video or whatever, but you know what, we'll go as long as we want. Or
This
need.
trend of looks maxing has exploded in the past year, mainly due to TikToks showcasing looks maxing methods, as well as before and after shots of dudes on their looks maxing journey. Like this one here, before, after. Okay. Aside from the fact that it looks like an entirely different lens was used on the camera.
And also, I mean, what? Did he, like, go to the gym and... That's basically it. Like, this guy pretty much, like, went to the gym, kind of beefed up a little bit, you know, thinned out a little. And, you know, now he kind of looks a little Chad-like, I guess. I mean, good for him, I guess. But, I mean, like, is that all you're doing? I mean, hopefully he feels better for himself on that one, but, like, still, it's like, there's more to it than just, like, improving your looks. I mean, because, I mean, over time, despite my genetics and some that I wish I had, like, I wish I could have, like, a, you know, at least, you know, some nice teeth, you know, so, I wish I had a little something, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to facial hair, but I can't because my genetics suck. Fuck you, Dad. but, either way, you know, gotta roll with the dice that I got. You know, and I make it work. I try to make my shit work, even though it's nothing but fuzz. It's scruffy fuzz, but, you know, I make it work. You know, it's like, there's ways to make your shit work. And, you know, it seems like, at least for this dude, it made it work. But still, it's like, the weird hyper fixation on that shit is just so strange to me. Because, like, it's not just this. Like, I mean, it's not, you know, it's not really super hard to just, like, improve your looks and look photogenic and stuff like that. But, like, you know, you need to have more than just that. Like, I mean, needs to also be, like, you know, your personality and, you know, and, like, your outlook and all these other aspects of things. It's not like, you know, it's, like, an easy just create your own personality type of thing, I'm saying. Because, obviously, like, there's, you know, like, rooted ideas, values, and things like that, and perspectives and shit that are just rooted into a person. But it's, like, you could still adapt and change and evolve from that still. And it's like, you know, and that needs to be a part of that. I mean, still, I mean, at the end of the day, I hope for the best for these type of dudes who are actually trying to, like, improve their looks and stuff. And the thing is, even the before and after, you know, like, yeah, the guy, you know, like, you know, in the after picture, he looks, you know, more attractive and better looking, but, I mean, he doesn't even look that bad even in the before picture. He just kind of looks like a little bit more of a nerdy kid, you know, but now he doesn't as much in the right, you know, so, I don't know, I mean, sure, looks improved and stuff, but, I don't know, not that big of a deal.
He just got angry.
Before.
Before and after, now he's like, ugh.
Here's another example of a before and after post. Before hair maxing, skincare maxing, shave maxing, water maxing, and sleep maxing. Jesus, man. When you fucking...
Oh, wait, hold on. Like, wait, god damn it. Okay, there we go. Hair maxing, skincare maxing, shave maxing, water maxing, sleep maxing. Why are the dude you can narrow all that down to just looks maxing, like where we already are prefaced in. And you know what? This guy's hair looks fine. I think honestly it looks cool, like that, just like that bush of like, you know, fluff and awesomeness. I mean, dude, chicks dig that type of shit. What the hell, sleep maxing? I don't know what the hell sleep maxing is. What, getting your daily 8 hours of sleep or some shit? I don't fucking know. What the fuck is water maxing? What is any of this shit? These people are dude, oh my god. They waste their mental energy thinking about this shit instead of just like having introspection with themselves and having just basic positive self-care for themselves. Like, what the fuck?
Hair maxing, skincare maxing, shave maxing, water maxing, and sleep maxing. Jesus, man. How many fucking maxings are there? I'd assume all of these fall...
Dude, he's maxing on everything in life, dude. Holy shit. How's he not getting all them bitches, dude? How's he not getting all the bitches?
Looks maxing, but like...
How's he not getting all the money and bitches? On the pussy's gonna get my riches. Yeah, money and bitches.
man.
Some people work because they like the job. I only work so I can fuck your daughters. Not even money. Oh, money and bitches. Bitches. Dude, that fucking song is catchy. You can't even deny that. Did it show you the way the other night? Did Money and Bitches show you the way? Like I said, my brain's kind of in a music mood tonight. Drinking too much water is bad. I did that once and I got all woozy. Yeah, that is true. You don't want... I mean, you can legit, like, overdose on water. Took me on a journey. Nice. Leo Walker Jr. tends to do that sometimes. There's another song they might like too. Some people smoke crack. Some people smoke coke. Wait, it's like some people smoke meth. And some people smoke coke. Off of Ricky's balls, yeah. But I like smoking powder. I like smoking weed indeed. I like the medibles. It's incredible. I mean, dude, that song, I Like Smoking Pot by Wheeler Walker Jr. Fucking, dude, I mean, who says country can't be good still? Because Wheeler Walker Jr., I will still say it, and I will continue to say it. Like, that motherfucker is, like, holding country up with his, like, entire essence. When it comes to modern country. Like, that motherfucker is, like, got some bangers, dude. Like, that guy's got some fucking bangers. His new album fucking kicks ass, too. Put my dick in places I shouldn't. Put my dick in places I shouldn't. Woo. Put in a... What was it? It's like... Put it in the ball game. Take it to the Hall of Fame. Something like, that song's too good. Dude, again, like, there's banger after banger with this motherfucker. I want him to be my spirit guide. I'm stranded in the desert and a sandstorm kicks up. When he clears the spirit, I'm like, Obi-Wan. Dude, and he just leads you into the world of eating pussy, kicking ass. Taking it down to the dump truck and all that other shit. I mean, he's also a bisexual icon a little bit. Like, he has another song, like, which one of you queers gonna suck my dick? Bam, 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 bam. Ain't no pussy in the bar tonight. I'm still feeling frisky and something now. Bam, 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 bam. All these men can get me in the eye. I might as well give that dick a try. Oh, I need some action. I need it quick. Which one you queers go suck my dick? That song is so fucking good. That's one of my favorite songs. I like that one. Then I died because it was just a mirage and I was just eating sand the whole time. Damn it, Sukov. Why did you open the laundry room while the fucking dryer's going off? You piece of shit.
Maxing. Let's see what he looks like after, because he doesn't look that bad right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's...
Oh, shit. I mean, okay. Oh, well, hello. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Before he didn't look bad, and afterwards he doesn't even look that bad. Honestly, what's really the fucking difference here? Hold on.
Lighting. Let's see what he looks like after, because...
Okay. Damn it! It goes back to Curtis every time.
Lighting.
Oh, here we go. I don't know. I mean, honestly, dude, he doesn't even look that much different. The only thing is, it looks like he added some extra hair product, to his hair. Like, the only thing it looks like he did was, like, do some different stuff to his hair. That's it. Like, that's the main difference. There's no difference with this guy. Like, he shaved off the little fuzz on his face a little bit. and then did some stuff to his hair, and that's it. There's nothing different. If anything, he kind of chubbed up a little bit. His like cheeks are more fuller, which okay, whatever, I guess. I feel like most of the after pictures are just most of them squinting. Yeah, I noticed that too. A lot of them do this like, it's like, before, after. Hold on. It's like, I mean, there's just like this, like... I feel like I'm getting Riz, dude. Like, they're trying to do some Riz. Good novel photo. Yeah. We need Ghostmane on the house, dude.
Face, and he's making a different expression too. Sorry for being skeptical right off the bat. It's just funny to me that all the looks maxing before and afters look like if you just put one of those handsome filters on FaceApp on yourself. And dude, also the funny thing about this is like the looks maxing trend is the most popular with teenage boys, aka dudes who are currently going through puberty. So it's like, yeah, man, no shit, you're starting to look different, dude. It's not looks maxing, it's nature.
Dude, my balls started hair maxing last night. W.
But the people who engage in looks maxing, they make some pretty bold claims. There are people convinced that looks maxing can literally change the shape of your face.
I changed my face from this to that by using 3 simple steps, and you can do that too and gain a more chiseled and well-defined jaw.
A chiseled and well-defined jawline like the Übermenschen like eyes im. Wo ist weins das Übermenschen master face of these Indian German peoples, ja. I did not say the mobile had a little foot here slipped. That's just this got 999. But the chiseled jawline though, yeah. Oh my god, holy shit. Like, I mean, what the fuck? Who's this guy? And also, like, working out and, getting, a different diet and situation, having, like, oh shit, I need to change my life, style and whatever the fuck. And now looking like an athletic, chiseled German athlete or some shit. Like, I mean, it's not like it's impossible at the age of 30 or something, you know what I mean? Like, so, I don't know. Like, it's not like it's impossible, but holy shit, you can tell that this guy is just gonna sell you some fucking snake oil, dude. Some, Aryan snake oil. I just immediately think like some Nazi Übermenschen motherfucker. When I look at this guy, dude, I'm like, what the fuck? His accent did not help with that at all, bro. Like, oh my god. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Oh, man. What the hell? His accent isn't helping. As soon as I play this, I'm gonna just start laughing again.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay, thank Okay. Ooh! I'm kind of glad.
My god. My man had that social democracy
There are
stare.
people convinced that looks maxing can literally change
Oh no, we're looking at it again.
the
No!
shape of your face.
I changed my face.
He has that social fascist stare, you know what I mean? Oops.
Well, he's kind of softballing it, but, he's kind of saying what I was saying, though. He said fascist, that was key word there. I mean, yeah, he kind of has this, like, I am part of the fascist Übermenschen, also, yeah, here's how you could be a part of our communities. It's like, oh god, no! Ah! Holy shit, 9!
From this to that by using 3 simple steps, and you can do that
Oh
too.
my god, his accent, man! It doesn't help! It doesn't help with this! Why? Dude, this has to be intentional. This guy has to be satire. This guy gotta be intentional or some shit, bro. Dude, like, no fucking way. This guy literally sounds like dude, oh my god, man. He really sounds like he's like some fucking Aryan Nazi guy, dude. Dude, he really does. He sounds like some fucking like. I feel like I'm Hank Hill right now. It's like, why are you smoking that like some European Nazi? It's like, why are you sounding like a goddamn European Nazi? It's like, I feel like I'm Hank Hill right now. It's like, holy shit, why? Why are you doing that? Stop it.
Gain more chiseled and well-defined jawline.
Oh my god. Just like the rest of us, that's massive face of these audience people. So y'all. It's like, I mean, god damn it, I cannot stop thinking about that with this fucker. I cannot believe he's fucking throwing that accent out there, man. Oh my, dude, you know what? I'm really fucking curious about that guy. I'm really wondering what his Twitter looks like. I'm curious. Dude, you know this guy probably, it's like, says some questionable shit, man. Oh my lord, I can't stop thinking about that. Dude, that guy is trying way too hard to be like some Überdimension German or something, man. Like, what the fuck, bro? Oh my god. Wow. Oh man, we're not even 10 minutes into the. Okay, yeah, like I said, we're not getting into this entire fucking thing, but we're gonna try to go as far as possible with this before it just becomes too fucking much.
Shape, like the way your eyes look, literally change everything about your face with their various methods, products, and exercises. And it's like, why go through all of that when I could just pay 1,000 gold to Galathal at the Ragged Flagon underneath the city of Rift? You know what I mean?
Sorry for gamer maxing.
I don't know, dude. To me, the concept of looks maxing seems a little absurd, but there's only one way to find out if it actually works. So this week, I'm going to try out the various methods, products, and exercises that the looks maxing community promotes to see if it actually.
It's so funny because, like,
what? Oh my god! You know what? Mad respect. I'm not even gonna lie. It's like the equivalent of taking the bone broth that Alex Jones sells. Your InfoWars were selling you the good products that the FDA and the deep state and globalists don't want you to know about. It's like, I mean, he's just like, he's delving into that, man. Oh, dude, yeah. My respect to Kurt, dude. Like, I mean, holy shit. Like, he's going all in to try it out to see if there does anything. I'm assuming he recorded, a lot of this after the fact, maybe? Maybe this part, maybe before. But it doesn't really seem like there's much of a difference in what he looks like. But I guess we'll see.
Out of the dumbass, like, jaw maxing stuff, I feel like most of the things are just self-care. Going to the gym. You know what I mean? Subscribing at the top of the hour for $5 to...
And also, like, how do you quote jaw max? Like, what? Just, like, dude, like, jaw exercises? Which I guess they are a thing, but how's that help with anything? Like, I'll do this sometimes. Like, because sometimes shit will feel a little stiff and, stuff like that. Doing things like that, I can see that being, good. Doing some little exercises like, like kind of stretching things out and stuff. I can see that being good, but how's that supposed to be like, chiseled jaw, square lines, yes, I'm a Chad now. It's like, how's that happen? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure, your jaw is just the way it is. Like, you could kind of, like, I guess, enhance it with different exercises and, like, stretches and things like that. And other broader aspects of self-care and shit, right? But, like, it's just a roll of the dice. That's just how your genetics are. You got the chin, that you got. I mean, so I don't know. At least, you ain't, like, get chin from the Fairly Odd Parents where it's like, just like out there and shit, like, just smacking around everything every time he looks around and shit.
Sure that you're pay maxing, right? Or some people call it avoid maxing, because at that point you're avoiding the top of the hour ad break. Like, these are all very common things, okay? If you're luck maxing, you might get gifted a sub, okay? That's another thing.
You motherfucker. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I didn't realize he was going to do that very shortly.
And I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking, oh, yeah, good luck improving your face, Curtis. You're literally the epitome of male beauty. And I thank you for it. Thank you so
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say that.
much for saying that. But believe it or not, there are some parts of my face that I would like to improve a little bit. I think we all have that, right? I could just say, we're all beautiful the way we are. Which is true, but I don't want to be beautiful. I just want to... My face could use some improvements, okay? When I look back on videos from, like, 2019, my jawline went crazy, dude. The hell?
Oh, damn. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
My face could use some improvements, okay? When I look back on videos from, like, 2019, my...
Curtis straight unironically looked like this. You know what? He still looks good, but oh my lord, he looks way more dorky, bro. You know what? He looks way sexier with a mullet. The mustache mullet combo looks sexier, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I think this confirms that the mullet is making a comeback. I might just do it. I might just say fuck this shit and do a mullet. I might honestly do it unironically. Because you know what? Worst case scenario, just grow this shit out a little bit, and eventually once it starts getting to a certain length, trim this down a little bit, gets all even again, just grow it all evenly at that point. You know what? There might be a little layerage going on, but you know what? Hey, it works at that rate. You know, if I decide I don't want to do the mole no more. So, you know what? It's starting to make me really do that, because I've been thinking about it for a while now, and it's like, man, I might honestly just jump the gun. I might just fucking do it.
My line went crazy, dude.
Okay, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel a sneeze coming up, and I cannot tell if my body wants to sneeze or not. I guess we'll see.
Look at that thing. That's why I couldn't grow any facial hair back then. My jaw was like a friggin' razor, dude. It automatically cut any hair that was trying to grow. So I'm genuinely gonna try out these methods this week and see if it actually does anything. But before I do that, we need to learn about a few of these looks-maxing techniques. The number one thing that looks-maxers promote is a technique called mewing.
Okay, what the
no, mewing isn't just...
Okay, hold up. What the fuck was that soundtrack? Because that shit was a bop, bro.
Playing the last level of Pokemon Snap on N64. Sorry for gamer maxing again. So what is mewing? Let's find out. Mewing is a technique developed by Dr. John Mew, where you press the...
Shut the f up. That's fake, right? The guy's name is actually John Mew. Oh my god. I'm gamble maxing and debt maxing. Any tips? Yes. Stop. Go to a meeting. Stop gambling. Okay? Wait, it's real? The guy's name is actually John Mew? Like, that's a joke, right?
That's a real name.
It's like saying...
I've been recently hearing, like, mewing as, like, a term, and I don't know what the fuck it means, but I guess I'm about to I'm about to find out, but, the guy's name that it originates from is literally named John Mew. I feel like that's, like, a meme name like John Doe or something. It literally feels like a John Doe name. I mean, his name is literally John. It's like, I mean, it feels like another version of John Doe. Can I help you? Oh, look at this little paw. I can just burst it. Look at all this fluff. Goofball dog.
Uncle works at Nintendo. His name is John Nintendo. That's actually wild if this is like a real...
The tongue against the palate to improve facial structure and jawline. How to mew. Close your mouth. Place your bottom front teeth just behind your upper front teeth. Flatten your tongue against the roof of the mouth. Move the tip of the tongue behind your teeth without touching. Hold for as long as you can. Or as long as you want to. How mewing elevates...
Wait, what?
I'm doing that right now, actually. I could do that literally while I'm, I kind of feel like I do that subconsciously sometimes. How? Is that like an exercise or something? Sounds like pseudo CPR instructions. Dude, it really just sounds like some weird pseudo-science bullshit, bro. Like, I mean, what? What?
Your tongue. Wait. Move the tip of your tongue behind your teeth without touching. Wait, tip of the tongue behind your teeth to where?
Without touching, hold for as long as you can. Just behind your upper front teeth. Flatten your tongue against the roof of the mouth. Move the tip of the tongue behind your teeth without touching. Hold for as long as you can, or as long as you want. How mewing elevates your overall look, better facial appearance, more muscular facial.
I don't understand. I feel like it doesn't change anything. What does it change?
Nothing?
Wait, the teeth placement is just how my teeth are placed in general. Like, it says, like, you put your teeth behind, like, the bottom teeth a little bit behind, like, the top teeth. It's just like, okay, that's just how my... that's just how my teeth are. So, but I don't understand the other part. Like, there's just this. Okay, here's when I'm not doing it. Okay, are you ready? And now here's when I am doing it.
Oh my god, wow. Oh shit, notice the difference? Oh damn. I was literally doing it myself and there was no goddamn difference. Oh, chubunga bunga. It's a chubunga bunga. You're a little alien. Look at you. Look at this little alien. He's so cute. Yeah, important, but hey, what are you doing? But if someone has a seizure, do not touch them. Call someone if it lasts too long for like 3 or 4 minutes. I think growing up, I was told use a spoon and it'll hold the tongue's place, but apparently that could just make things worse. Well, yeah, because it might obstruct the breathing. Yeah, I imagine that would make things a lot worse. Here, I'm not gonna make things worse for myself for my bladder, and I'll be right back. Ugh, release a little butter for a second. Doggo, 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 doggo. Look at you, so good thing. Oh my goodness. Because, I'll try to summarize it. Guarantee you I probably won't. Yep, knew it. Motherfucker.
Profile.
I don't understand what it does. I saw some insult on TikTok saying that women don't have to deal with all the pressure that they do with looks maxing. That's funny. Proper dental hygiene is the only thing that matters. You need to go to an orthodontist and dentist. Mewing is actually very bad for your jaw. It's fake, dog. I don't really understand what the fuck the jaw maxing part is. I genuinely thought that there was a way to do it, and I don't understand it.
Look, overall appeal, improved photogenic qualities, boosted lower face shape and alignment. And I read a lot about mewing. There's a lot of conflicting opinions about it, but WebMD says that there is no serious research that suggests mewing can change the shape of your jawline or help with other issues. Experts say it's unlikely you'll see any permanent change. But WebMD has also told me some pretty wildly untrue
I just shoved Zukov's face in his bag. His whole head is in it now. Oh no. Okay. There you go. I didn't realize that your head would be such a perfect fit. You poor little thing. Wait, why do you want to be back in it? No. What the fuck? You're such a goofy puppy, dude. You're so silly. You're so silly. I'm not doing that again. You fucking goofball. My God. Goodness gracious, man. Goofy ass little fucking hoe. Someone said how to walk in elementary, and the teacher didn't think they were actually so she kept trying to make her walk without, which made her fail constantly. Wow, what a piece of shit. The commenter said that their babysitter wouldn't let him use their inhaler because it was of the devil. What? Dude, so... Oh my god, dude. America's fucked up, bro. Why are there, like, demons that, like, just torture children for their own pleasure because religion or sadistic means and shit like that? Like, can we just, like, exercise the human species of these demons? Like, ugh. What the fuck, man?
About my body over the years, so I don't know if I can trust them. I typed in tummy ache one time on WebMD and I got a phone call that said, "You're gonna die in 7 days." So for the next week, I am gonna be mewing all day long to see if it has any impact on my face.
You're in a constant state of stress on your face that could make your face look less round. I genuinely don't believe it. I don't think this is...
Honestly, I don't know if I will be able to go for all this. Just because, I think I kind of get the gist of it. I guess I could have watched, like, the original video of it, but, I think I've said what I needed to say about everything about this, because, like, oh my lord, this whole mewing thing and all this shit, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I can handle, like, too much of an extensive amount of this. Like, oof. A lot of comments like that, but probably my favorite is someone saying their gym teacher not believing they have asthma that made them pass out thinking they were just fat and lazy. Wow, dude. Because she was some of the most out of shape motherfucking seals I ever see. At least for my gym teachers growing up, that wasn't necessarily the case, but oh my god, I have definitely seen gym teachers that fit that fucking stereotype. And it's just insane. There actually were some coaches, for sure, that were just fucking absurdly overweight and ridiculous. One of them actually happens to live down the street from me. I think he's a baseball coach. Or at least one of them. What? What, buddy? Big dog. Drop it out. Yo! Udugada Sabula! Translated to lose some weight, Fatty. Jim Jeffries. Some good old shit in chat phase. Oh, some incel Jim Jeffries.
A dickhead called Alec drove a van onto a sidewalk in Toronto, killing 10 people, 8 of whom were women. Another massacre by a vehicle. What group?
Wait, when? Oh, 5 years ago. Oh, so this is like an old bit. How did this escape my zeitgeist? This is around the time when I found out about him. Sukov.
Claim response.
If you let him outside, lift the gate up and then close it, so it's like kind of stuffed up against the lock.
Ability for this horrific act: ISIS, white supremacists, or something much, much sadder.
Investigators say Manassian shared this now deleted Facebook post just before the rampage. It includes the phrase incel, short for involuntarily celibate. It's used online by men who believe.
I love how I'm showing you a comedy bit and starts to explain how some people got ran over. Yeah, I know. It's like, oh wait, what's context of this?
Women for their lack of sexual encounters.
That's right. The latest ooze to come up bubbling from the depth of the internet are the incels. Men whose whole identity revolves around not getting laid and blaming women for it. And sure, going without sex is frustrating. We were all virgins once, except for Prince, who came out fucking.
Who came out fucking. Hey, can't forget Freddie Mercury, too.
That's him at 4. The problem is, what started as an online forum for lonely people has grown into something much darker.
Self-described incels congregate mostly online, meeting in forums and message boards like Reddit and 4chan, and its offshoot site, 8chan, to discuss their hopelessness with women in posts that are peppered with racist and misogynistic rants.
I gotta say, I don't think the name is helping. Involuntarily celibate sounds like the title of an unsuccessful romantic comedy starring Katherine Heigl. Like, all of her friends are married, she's suffering from the single blues, so she takes a chance and starts dating a guy she met on Reddit. It's the classic rom-com ending where the boyfriend races to the airport in a speeding van, mowing down people on the sidewalk, just to tell her how much he fucking hates her. Hey, no, it's not a movie I would watch. I'm not a chick. Hey. Some incels are just lost, frustrated people seeking a community. But lots of them are misogynistic assholes who sincerely believe they're owed sex. And some are just monsters who hate women so much they actually applaud their murders.
I mean, and also, at least when it comes to like the owed sex thing, I mean, there really is kind of this sense of like, oh, you know, there's kind of like this obligation that like, you know, we as humans, we need it. So there's like an obligation for humanity to have it, so to speak, where it's like, there's almost like kind of like this implicit, like, oh, we're owed it type of thing. We're owed, you know, having sex and shit at a certain point. And it's like, no, I mean, yeah, like, you know, being human is also being, you know, sexual being too, but like, I mean, like, it's not like an inherent, like, you're owed it or some shit. Wait, hold on. I want to make sure I want to make sure you did. Hold on. Yeah, you. What are you doing? Okay, now I know it's not going to get out. Okay, now we're good. Anyway. But it's just like, you know, you're not owed, like, an obligation, you know, to these type of things. And it's just like, I mean, you know, and at the end of the day, it's like, look, I mean, there are definitely ways to help get yourself, you know, get laid and shit, which comes, you know, to broader self-care. But at the end of the day, it's just like, if you don't, you know, like, you know, work on those type of things on your own self, on top of, like, you know, what you can do to adapt to, like, society and the ills that happen in there in that sense, then it's just like, you know, you ain't really going to get that far, unfortunately. And that's a you problem at that rate. Huh?
You hiding the popcorn?
In my stomach. Oh no! Were you saving that?
No, I was going to grab a handful. I'm just like,
want a pork bun or two?
A what?
Want a pork bun or two? I have a shitload of pork buns. Like the China chef did not like.
I just ate You know, I'm just like, oh, I have something.
I kind of forgot to grab something for dinner, so I'm just like, I need to look at my finances after, you know, wrap this up and shit whenever I do that and be like, what am I getting for dinner? Because I forgot to grab something tonight. And I was like, fuck. I have just munchies and that's it.
I was finally just like, oh, I can get something for dinner.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, that tater that was starting to grow. I'm just like, I gotta eat this before it's too late.
Or I can grow it. We can have more little taters.
I just ate it.
Oh. Damn.
I was thinking of something, a little bit of popcorn on top of that would be great.
Shit. Next time potato sprouts, so I want to like try to get my little potato farm thing going again. I want to grow potatoes. I was getting on that a little bit, but then it just didn't. It just they all kind of fizzled out, and they didn't really succeed. So I want to try to do it again.
Not like it's gonna break the bank for you to buy a tater.
I have the principle of if you see someone shoplift, you didn't see it.
What?
I have the principle if you see someone shoplift, you didn't see it. So do you really think I'm going to be, you know, spending like $1 on a fucking tater? I'm penny pinching here. I mean, I need money for other things. Try to survive here, damn it.
Yeah, there's. Oh, yeah, I got cat litter. I was walking out. This manager comes right out and she's like, stop! I'm just like, yo, real loud. Are you gonna pay for that? And I'm taking it.
What, at my store?
Yeah, same place.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just ran the cat litter to the thing. I'm just like, oh crap, I forgot my card again. So I'm just like, I'm gonna run out and grab my card. So I ran out and grabbed my card and came back and it's still sitting there waiting and just like, do you need assistance or all that? I'm just like, okay.
Well, still, I mean, they should know you enough to know that I work there, and you like they should
know that he wasn't yelling at me. I'm just like, okay. So I got my receipt. And I was
okay, well,
walking back out. Then suddenly I hear that, stop! Are you gonna pay for that? I'm just like, I just did. Yeah, I was thinking because I ran out to the truck.
oh, so okay, so you already did pay for it at that point.
Yeah. I came back, I paid for it, and I was making my way back out.
Honestly, I've been noticing that there's just been like such an uptick. Like, I've also recently checked the reviews on my store just for the hell of it, and there's a lot of negative reviews of honestly people that have like, you know, been stopped over random shit, even though they've like paid for things or they're not being suspicious or anything. And also, like, weirdly enough, like, I don't know who, no one ever in the reviews ever says who, but like there are some people that apparently have been potentially like targeted because, you know, potential like, you know, racist, like discriminatory, like, you know, oh, these people might be stealing or something for X, Y, or Z. And it's like they never say who though. Like, I've noticed that, so, but it's just like, man, what the fuck? Why are there, like, you know, some people that are just, like, fucking weird and bunk as fuck about, like, some people? Yeah, it's like, I mean, that's why I always have the principle, if
steal something, I'm not going to steal from the store I go to every day, because if I get caught, I won't be able to go back there.
Well, yeah, that, and also, if you see someone steal, no, you actually didn't. That was your lying eyes. I mean, at this point, that's how I feel about it, because, I mean, so many people can barely afford fucking rent. I mean, how do you think people are affording fucking groceries? Like, I mean, it's like, I don't really feel bad for, like, Balenciaga for having, like, a bunch of, like, rich-ass bougie bags stolen, and someone, like, like, makes an extra buck on the Facebook Marketplace so they can afford groceries and rent. Like, I don't really care at that point. Like, so, like, when it comes to shoplifting, it's like, you know, the principle is if you see it, no, you didn't. So, like, that's just my principle with it.
Yeah, and then after that, I noticed this kid running along. He had one of them baskets just packed with groceries. He took off running, and the guy was just like, oh, yeah, so drop that, get back here and drop that. This lady in the car before he ran by, just like, oh, he did, it's right back here. And went up and just like, to see what he dropped. It was like one of the little carry things, just like
a little handheld. Yeah.
You can get with groceries. I'm just like, gee, I thought you were.
Poor cat looks shell shocked. Oh my god. Poor cat.
More of the extreme boards, you will see celebration of violent acts from people like Elliot Rodger, who had a lengthy online history within the incel community before he killed 6 people in California in 2014.
Was captured to the photo. Wait, was there? Oh. Came home drunk last night and got way too excited to see my cat. See, at least Sukov doesn't get traumatized. When I get excited to see my dog, after a night, where I can't take him with me or something, and he gets excited to see me and I see him, I'm just like, buddy! And, it's just like, it's nothing but happy vibes. But usually, a lot of places I go to, I take him with me anyway, so, that's not usually a problem, but sometimes, when I come back from home from work, it's pretty much the same way. Pretty much no matter what. Usually drunk, high, sober, otherwise, it's pretty much the same situation. It's like, Sukov's like a little booty dude. It's so silly. His little butt just goes like, it's like a little duck butt, dude. It just like goes all over the place when he gets so excited to see me. It's so hilarious. There's been a couple times on stream where I was able to capture that because it's the most cutest little thing. It's just so adorable. I guess, you could just measure his excitement based off of how much that booty shakes. It's so silly. It's like a little dog twerk or something. It's like doggy twerking. He just is so excited, he just twerks in excitement, dude. It's like, oh my goodness, boy! My daddy's back! Oh my goodness!
Why do these guys always have to be violent? Why can't just once a group of angry losers get together in a basement and channel their energy into something good? Like protecting our oceans or providing healthcare for poor countries or
vaccinate virgins or, I don't know, even something innocuous like, playing D&D or something.
Using all that pent-up to spackle your mother's bathroom. She's been letting you live rent-free for so long. She's a nice lady. Do her a favor.
Do a favor.
The more you dig into incel culture, the weirder it is. They have their own terminology. Like non-incels are normies. Good-looking normie men are called chads. I personally belong to a group somewhere in the middle between a normie and a chad. I call it nads.
Nads. There's also looks maxing, sleep maxing, water maxing, looks maxing, fem cells, vol cells, mega dedexa quasi cell. Dude, they got terminology galore, dude. It's insane. Or channeling the anger to people who deserve it. Yeah. I'm used to issues in cells. They always draw the wrong conclusion to their issues to come from. I know. It's like, it really is almost like kind of the same shit, different day at this point. That's why I don't really necessarily have that much, sympathy. I empathize with their problems and shit, but I don't really inherently sympathize with it completely. Because, at the end of the day, the way they can fix themselves is from themselves. And, and they're not going to figure that out, unless, they just... quit, going for the same reciprocal bullshit over and over and over again. And they're not. They're comfortable being in the same fucking boat that they're in. Yeah, I get it, being sexually frustrated ain't fun and shit, obviously. It's obviously, I ain't, the indictment here. But, to... come to the wrong conclusions and to just basically make that the end-all be-all and be like, fuck you until I get mine is, the fucking problem here. Maybe sometimes, the problem is you, boo. And the thing is, I'm not the most sexually active motherfucker out there in the world here, but it's goddamn, if I can fucking do it, get laid, get my dick sucked every now and then, and, whatever the hell, and all this other shit, then goddamn, so can all these other people. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous. I mean, it just kind of gets tiring, because, like, these motherfuckers have been around for a while, dude, and it's like, and I've heard these arguments over and over and over again. They'll use different terminology and different ways to explain their shit, and it's just all, it all just comes, it's almost like, Christians, trying to justify God, almost. It's like, I mean, it's like they couch it in, like, 8,000 ways till Sunday, but at the end of the day, it's just the same fucking shit, man. It's just the same fucking arguments, the same bullshit, the same fallacies, and, and everything else in between. It's just the same shit. And that's just what makes it so fucking annoying. And you know what? It's like, they might cherry pick some points that might be, sure, food for thought, because, yeah, or like dating apps a problem, sure. Or like some elements about culture being a problem, regardless of where those might come from, sure. There are issues societally wise that might be an issue, but like, to just, like, make that the complete conclusion is fucking ridiculous. And also to come to the negative conclusion at that. Like, there are positive ways to address these things, but to just be like, oh, well, we need to go back to, like, traditional, like, biological essentialist, ideas of, like, men, need to know their place and women need to know theirs. And whatever. It's like, no, fuck that. It's like, because, I mean, we don't fit in that fucking square. And that's really the kind of the problem here. And that's what exacerbates and reciprocates the fucking cycle. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. It just gets so tiring. Like, I mean, honestly, that's why I don't really talk about incels or this type of shit that much. Because honestly, it's just, like, it shouldn't be, like, up to some motherfucker like me to just, like, hold their fucking hand. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it feels. It's like I'm trying to hold their goddamn hand and they're just, like, kicking and screaming the entire fucking way. It's like, look, I mean, it's like, it took a lot of my own fucking mental fortitude and a lot of that shit, for me to figure things out. And I'm still figuring things out. It's like, you think I'm going to, have enough mental fortitude to, like, hold, handheld, your ass while you're kicking and screaming the entire way? Fuck no. So it's like, I mean, either, it's like, take what I got or leave it and just fucking, sit in your fucking sewage of stew, But if not, then good for you. But if so, then whatever. I mean, just get left behind with, with the rest of them, I guess. It's just fucking sad. I mean, it gets kind of pathetic in a way. I mean, I'm kind of past the fucking, they're just like, they kind of anger me in a way with their bullshit. It's just kind of to the point where it's just sad. Because in a lot of ways, a lot of these dudes don't even necessarily look that bad. A lot of, their quirks about their personalities, things aren't necessarily that bad. Like, there's nothing really inherently wrong with a lot of these dudes. They are just kind of like lost guys just trying to look for a community, so to speak. I mean, what Jim Jeff was saying about that earlier, it certainly ain't wrong. I mean, it's like, and a lot of these fucking dudes, are just, are looking for some sense of actualization, and they just kind of got rope-a-doped into this bullshit. I mean, that's kind of what's, what happened with it in a lot of ways, at least for a lot of these type of dudes. And, because, like I said, a lot of them aren't even not that bad looking, they, and honestly probably aren't even that awkward inherently or this and that. They just kind of think, they are because they, have something in the back of their head saying, oh, you're worthless, you're ugly, or this and that, and blah, 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 and just like, it becomes like a self-defeating prophecy when they feel that. And it's like, nah, bro. It's like you're certainly way more than that. It's kind of at least, I mean, not saying Venom is, this, but, it's why, I say, like, he's better than, that depressive side that comes out of him sometimes, because, like, he is fucking better than that. If he's been able to have at least some element of a social life and get laid and have partners and stuff like that, then, like, what's stopping him now? You know what I mean? It's like, there ain't nothing inherently stopping him now. And, it's like, and even, I know Stoney hasn't been here a long time because I don't necessarily say he's, part of this group either, but I know he struggles with the same type of thing. Frankly, maybe more so than, even, honestly, I know more so than Venom does, but it's like, even for him, it's like, I mean, it's like, he's certainly able to have a social life and have friends and people like that. So it's like, I mean, I know there isn't, there's like, it isn't just, some element in society stopping you here. Like, I mean, it's, it's something that you have to overcome within your own fucking self a little bit. And there's only so much that other people like me or anyone else that could try to give as much positive, healthy advice, to be like, hey, here's how you can try to overcome it. But if you're just, going to kind of spin your wheels in the fucking mud, then, it's at a certain point, it's like, well, I don't fucking know. Like, what else can I do and what else can I say? What else can other people say? What else can, like, others, do at that point? It's just like, it's like at a certain point, it has to come from you. It has to come from, eternally from within. And it's, because at the end of the day, it is your fucking journey, so to speak, right? I mean, it's, like, I can't fucking walk your shoes, so to speak, Like, I mean, I'm the one who walks my shoes, and you're the one who walks yours, and everyone else besides. So it's just like, there could be other things that people can help try to uplift and make the steps easier, but, unless you're willing to take those steps, they're just going to sit there to just be there and just like, collect dust. It's like you actually have to take those fucking steps and make them worth a fuck. It's like, I don't know. It's why, it gets kind of tiring, to talk about this and shit sometimes, especially when it gets brought up a lot. Because, like, I've, when times I do talk about it, I do talk, especially with my own experience, with this, because it's something that I have struggled with. And it's like, if I'm able to come to a positive outcome with it, despite not being the most hypersexual active motherfucker, and shit, it's like, then what the fuck else is stopping all these other people, It's like, come on. Especially considering that, there are people who are, like, a lot more worldly than me, like, have, a lot more, like, quirks and interesting backgrounds, interesting stories, all this other shit, than me, frankly. It's like, like, for example, like, I think Venom's got some pretty crazy wild stories, for, growing up in comparison to my own fucking life. I got my fair share of fun stories, but I think some of his are pretty fucking crazy in comparison to mine. And Stoney, he's international. Like, he grew up in Albania and like, has been all over different parts of the world in Europe and America and shit like that. Like, that guy's a worldly travel kind of dude, and has like a whole fucking background of cool shit that, and stories and experiences and things that he could talk about, and that a conversation starts, stuff like that. It's like, so it's not like there's, some problem with him inherently, but there's like definitely like, a linchpin that's like holding them back that, they need to work out. And at the end of the day, they can only, it only comes from themselves. And that goes for everybody. We all have our own journey and our own, path to deal with that type of shit. But it's like, if anything, at the end of the day, as long, like, it really comes to just trying to help uplift each other and shit. When it comes to when we, can on that front, because at the end of the day, it's like, we can't necessarily do it alone, but, you also have to be able to take the open hand and the offer, when it's out there, so to speak, right? It's like, when it comes to having those, having the path laid down to make it easier. Like, because if you reject it and just, slap away the open hands, when it comes to these things, then you're just going to stay stuck in the mud. And that's where a lot of people end up being like, well, fuck it then. It's like, I got my own shit to worry about, it's like, I can't, wait for you, so to speak. It's like, which that's, it's kind of, I guess in a sense, kind of callous, but it's like, it's true. It's not like, meant to be like, a sense of just like, well, fuck you sense, but it's just like, but it is a sense of like, you have to look at your own self and have a little introspection and work on your own, self-care. Like when it came to the previous clip, horse to water. Yeah, it basically, it's essentially that. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. Yeah, basically. Because, like, eventually that horse might be able to get dehydrated and parched enough to drink it out of the, drink the water, but you can't force it to do it, and hopefully it'll come to the day where, a lot of these folks, and I'm not really specifically just meaning like, Venom or Sony, I'm not really trying to call them out really, I just know that, this is something that they also kind of struggle with sometimes as well. And, and I have as myself, and I know other people that have as well. And it's like, just broadly when it comes to these issues, because it is just a broader societal issue as well. That is something that I do agree with. and it's something that does have positive outlets to be able to address these things. But I mean, it takes the individual to be able to actually use that so to speak, whether for themselves or for trying to advocate for a better cultural normative idea about when it comes to relationships, sex positivity, and and everything else in between when it comes to these type of things. So I mean, I guess another element to it is this is a multi-pronged approach. I mean, there's a lot of things that can easily address these issues. I think as simple as that might seem, despite it being such a fucking complicated issue. Because it's got socioeconomic conditions, work to life balance things, when it comes, and also these cultural normative ideas about what ought a relationship be, and all this other bullshit, and what beauty standards are. There's a fucking plethora of different variables going on, right? So I mean, it's a multi-pronged approach for sure, and it's a very tough, pickle to fry, so to speak, but I mean, it's not like it's impossible or, really necessarily hard. I mean, addressing specific major issues like, socioeconomic conditions, work to life balance, things like that. A lot of these, those type of issues, being solved like those, or at least, being mitigated in a lot of ways will help address other issues. Yeah, when it comes to loneliness or when it comes to being able to afford to date, with somebody or so to speak at the night out, at the restaurant or whatever the fuck, just little things like that. I mean, it's the answers I think are more simple despite the complicated problem, right? That's kind of my thing with it. The answers are a little bit more simple than people think, despite how complicated it kind of is. Because it is a multi-pronged approach, but if you address a lot of the major prongs of that, I think it would help kind of get the ball rolling with everything else, and they'll kind of fall in place on their own time, in a lot of ways. Because I mean, I think the key factor of this is the work to life balance thing. I mean, if people are working so fucking much to survive with rent, groceries, and all this other shit besides, to the point where if they stole, you didn't see it type of shit, right? I mean, if they're at that point, then how in the fuck do you think they're gonna have spare time to go to the bar and hang out with a date or go to a nice little restaurant, with the night out with their partner or some shit like that? If they even have, if they even have the ability to go that far, right? So, I mean, it's what do you? It's almost kind of what do you expect when it comes to this loneliness problem? When it comes to that shit at that point, it's yeah, people feel fucking lonely because they're basically working, sleeping, and whatever free time they do have, if they have a nice little bonus because they got some federal overtime pay or some shit or whatever the fuck, 1 week, of the month or some or whatever the hell, out of the 4 months, and after the fucking year or some shit, to get some 4th of July, federal pay, so they're able to have a little leeway and have a nice night out at the bar and hang out with somebody. It's oh yeah, ooh woo, what a great work to life balance. I mean, it's if every other day of the week is just them working and grinding their ass off, barely trying to make rent, and just hop, skipping, jumping around with groceries and and all everything else in between, and maintaining the house and all this other shit or the apartment or whatever. It's how do you fucking expect them to have the life balance to be able to seek relationships and hang out with other people and all this other shit? I mean, it's one of those it's one of those things where if you solve that issue, I think a lot of these other issues, especially with loneliness, will start kind of falling into place with getting solved. Well, at least mitigated, I should say. I mean, maybe not totally solved, but at least mitigated, because then if people have a better work to life balance, then they have more free time on their hands, and that means they can do more shit, especially if they're getting better wages for the less work that they're doing, like a 4-day work week that a lot of fucking countries are now adopting, because shocker, a happy populace means less work that they're doing, but at least getting paid to the equivalent of what they were doing prior, and being able to have more of a better, healthier work to life balance, and being able to do more shit, which thus puts more money into the economy, and thus boosts it even more, actually, and it does actually increases productivity. It's ends up actually being a reciprocal cycle of goodness for everybody. Wow, shocker, who would have thought that? Wow. So it's like, if we can actually, start pointing our way towards shit like that, I think a lot of these type of things really legit over time will start falling into place. Because when it comes to these issues like loneliness and things like that, like a lot of these countries that have like healthier work-to-life balances, stronger wages that are actually livable and things like that, like especially in places like in Europe and shit, like, I mean, this isn't nowhere near as much of a problem. It's not like it's not a problem at all, but it's nowhere near as much of an issue like it is over here. Like, it just isn't. It's not comparable. Like, I mean, there is sometimes, to an extent, like, some, at least in some countries, but in a lot of places, it just isn't. Or at least it just isn't comparable. And I think that really is fucking saying something. And maybe that probably has to do with a lot of the policies that America has, because we're fucked up over here. Because we're a shit show. We're not just a clown show. We have descended into a shit show. So, anyway, here, let's finish the rest of this clip.
To all my Nad friends out there, go Nads!
Go Nads. I didn't expect it to be so loud when I played that again.
Naturally, things start to get racist. For instance, a black Chad is called a Tyrone, which seems a little excessive.
Ooh.
Can't black men just be called Chads? There's literally a country in Africa called Chad.
There really is, though. I mean, they could have just said, like, a chat or something. Like, I mean, or, like, Chad squared. Because there is a country in Africa called Chad. It's like, next to Niger. I'm pretty sure that little, like, big line right there is Libya. Like, the border of Libya. And Niger is, like, right here. And there's, like, a bunch of other countries. So, does that mean Asian Chads are called Chans? Or would that be Lees? Probably Chans. Or maybe Lee. I don't know. See, I'm not an incel. I don't fucking know. This is what I mean, dude. They have terminology for everything. Like, I mean, I don't understand this. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's so weird, man.
Which, incidentally, is full of Tyrones. At their most extreme, incel...
Hey, see? Right-wingers who think that comedy is canceled, that's how you do fucking funny, edgy humor. See, like, that's how you do it. That's how you fucking do it. Like, see, he incorporated insult that Tyrone shit into something that was funny. See, that's how you fucking do it. And also to the woke skulls, too. See, this is how you can do some funny, edgy humor and still be, like, mockery of the fucking piece of shit that, are bigoted as fuck and retarded as hell. So, see?
Call for women to be attacked and raped for denying them what they claim is their right to have sex. And this year, the Southern Poverty Law...
And yet they think they have the obligated, right to have sex, but women don't.
Added incels to their list of hate groups. So what happens if one of them eventually gets laid? Are they banished from the group? Do they pretend it never happens? If another...
Well, you're right the first time, actually, yes. They get banished. They're like traitors and are considered like heretics and shit like that. No wonder women don't want to sleep with one. Yeah, I wonder why.
So finds a bra under the...
I mean, look, I guess I will admit, I suppose, the benefit of the doubt here and the devil's advocacy is that not every single incel feels this way. Because like I said, a lot of these dudes tend to be kind of led astray in a lot of ways and are trying to kind of find a sense of community and an outlet because of their loneliness with a lot of things that we're just talking about from earlier. But, like, I mean, like, but a lot of the, ones who are very active in this type of shit are the ones, that are like the incels here. I think there's kind of like, the lesser form of incels where they're not really like, I guess, like overtly incel, but they're kind of like a part of that in the sense that they struggle with these things like they do, but they're not really like a part of that. They might dibble dabble with it occasionally. Because like I said, I kind of feel like I was a part of that at one point. I didn't necessarily dibble dabble in like incel forums or anything when I, was still a virgin and shit, but I definitely kind of dibble dabbled with, some of their ideas and shit. Just because I kind of was aware of it at that time as well. So, I mean, it was, so I kind of feel like there are definitely a lot of dudes who kind of fall in that kind of category. And, and especially considering when you have like that, for someone like me, for example, when you got like a very similar outlook, despite it maybe not necessarily being as toxic. I mean, like desperation is a very ranky deodorant, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why they kind of say that. Like desperation is a ranker perfume, a very smelly perfume. Like because like people could kind of notice that, and if you're really like frustrated and desperate to try to get laid or some shit, and if you're going out and about, in some way kind of hoping or expecting or trying to get that, like people could kind of notice that a little bit. They could kind of feel it to the extent. If only rapists give. I mean, yeah, it's not like a literal scent. It's not like there's some pheromone necessarily. It's more like, I guess, I mean, the best way I could say is like almost kind of like pseudo body language analysis type of shit, I guess. I mean, some people just can kind of know, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just kind of like a feeling and just kind of like that, people can kind of, see the intention sometimes and kind of, notice the intention, so it's like, at the end of the day, like, I mean, when people notice that, they're not really going to be as interested. You just kind of have to just be yourself and just, like, not give a fuck and not, think about that necessarily. Because I don't. And honestly, I mean, like, frankly, there's a lot of, chicks, and women of various ages, whether they're, like, old enough to be my grandma basically or my mom or or very much can be as old enough as like like as a peer or some shit. Like I mean there's a lot ladies that like me a lot and there's a lot of dudes that like me a lot. At this point I'm kind of a known quantity, so to speak, right? Like I mean and like a lot of it's just because I'm just myself. I don't really worry about like, oh, if someone's flirting or hanging out with me and wants to take me over to their place, like, ooh, oh my goodness. It's like I don't worry about that. I just kind of go with the flow and just say fuck it, whatever. Hey, if someone wants to invite me over, tonight, okay with me bringing dog over, then hey, fuck it. If it ends up me getting laid for that night, then you know what, cool. Right on. Hasn't happened yet, but if it does, then right on. Cool. I don't give a fuck. It's like I'm not worried about it. I'm not expecting, like one night, someday at the karaoke bar that is going to happen. Like it's not really like, in the forte of like what I expect when I go there. If it does, cool, but I'm not worried about it because who cares? I'm just kind of go there to have fun and do my thing. I mean, someone's going to, like kind of pull the trigger, so to speak. Someone's going to like, bite down on the, cast that you put out for the net, so to speak. Because, I mean, to an extent, like, I mean, I guess there is, like, a subconscious extent where it's like, hey, if someone does approach me, in that type of sense, like, yeah, I'm going to jump on it, sure. Because, like, I'm a sexually active person, obviously. But, like, I mean, it's not one of those things where I'm actively trying to seek out, so to speak, like I've talked about before. But I'm definitely not, going to be a stranger to it. And, and that's, I mean, that's really just kind of like the mentality I think a lot of these instances need to have. It's like, hey, maybe you just need to work on your shit. You know what? If someone like, kind of notices you and kind of like, bites the hook, so to speak, on who you are and wants to kind of get down and boogie with it or some shit, then you know what? Then just jump on it. I mean, just go with the flow with it. Just don't fucking, overthink it. That's really what it comes down to. I've said it before, on streams past, but it's like a lot of these motherfuckers just overthink it, man. It's like, don't overthink the shit out of it. Even I feel like I'm kind of like overthinking it, just trying to explain it. It's like, I mean, just don't overthink it. Just go with the fucking flow. Because honestly, that works way better, and you have way better outcomes, with, just having friends, acquaintances, or a one night stand, or a partner, or whatever you're fucking, wanting and shit at that point. It's like, it's just, you get better outcomes. It's still a roll of dice, and you don't know, or whatever, and I guess it's like, less of a no if you might or not, but going with the flow just frankly works way better. Just work on yourself in the meantime. If someone like wants to get down with it, then hey, they get down with it. But In the meantime, just work on yourself. It's like, how hard is that? I'm like, Jesus Christ. Hey. My buddy passed out drunk in the bathroom, and my cat had to make sure he was chill. Oh, dude, this is something Bandit would do sometimes. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, like, before I had Zukov, where Bandit would do this. Wanting outside, because he would go outside via my fucking window, and he would do this. Meow, meow. Just meowing, just wanting outside, dude. Clawing out my window eventually. He would hop on the window and just claw outside, and it's like, damn it, cat, you silly bastard. Oh, he's such a cute. He's a cute kitty. Now Zukov would do that sometimes. He'll use my whole body as like a pillow and like lay his head on my head. He's laid his head on my head once. There was one time where, he got up in the middle of the night and just like, just like crawled his way over to my pillows and just plopped there and boom, laid his head on my head while I'm just like, bruh, what the fuck? Like, I just feel his head just like right there, and it's like, bruh, why are you doing that? Meow, 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 what the fuck up? Someone in the comments said the cat found a meal and the can have the leftovers. Damn.
And they go, no, it's not what you think. No, it's not. That's me mother's bra. I was holding it for her. I haven't had sex. Please don't smell my fingers. But if I may talk to the incels at home for a moment, and because we follow Tosh, I assume there are many of you.
Tosh? Like what, Daniel Tosh? Oof. Oof.
You're not owed anything, especially sex. Like everyone else in the world, you have to work for it. I don't understand what makes a person so hateful.
Yeah, no shit.
Or violent, but I do understand what it's like to be involuntarily celibate. I mean, I was for a while when I was younger, but I didn't go and get in cars and run over people because I was 12. And
yeah, well, hey, sometimes, people end up being like 18 or 19, or at least for me, 21. But, hey, some people are late bloomers. And that's okay. It's okay to be a
and 13 and 14.
I was a late bloomer all the way. Like, I was pretty much mute until I was like 5. And then when I started learning how to speak, I would not shut the fuck up. I mean, so sometimes, late bloomers are late bloomers, but when they bloom, boy. They bloom. Boom like a fucking majestic goddamn Sherman Redwood, dude.
15, 16, 17. But I wasn't celibate forever. I did something about it. I bettered myself. I learned stand-up comedy. It's amazing what a skill set and a fake set of teeth can do for you. Now I have sex 5 times a year. Look, incels, I'm not trying to rub it in your face. Actually, I guess no one's trying to rub it in your face. That's part of the whole problem.
That's part of the problem.
My point is I made an effort. I changed things about myself to get laid, and I have no regrets. And that's the way that the world works.
Based.
Isn't that right, Kerry King, guitarist and founding member of Slayer?
Hey, yo, fuck yeah. Oh, dude, he's wearing a Venom t-shirt. Dude, I got kicked out of a Venom concert because, like, I tried to sneak in because they sold out. Well, actually, no, it wasn't that. That was actually Cannibal Corpse. Never mind. But I did actually go see an opener for this band, and I stepped outside hanging out with a couple dudes smoking a J, and one of the security guys at the fucking venue noticed that, we were there. It's like, hey, can we see your ID, please? And I was like, well, look, I'm going to be honest. I left it at home because I did. And look, I'll be honest with my age, though. And I was 19 at the time. It's like, well, look, unfortunately, we can't let you back in. I was like, hey, I get it. You're just doing your job. I understand. It's like, but it's like, can I at least, I didn't grab a tour shirt yet, so at least okay if I grab that. It's like, yeah, sure, I can escort you in there if you want to do that, since you're being pretty chill with me. I was like, okay. So I grabbed the tour shirt at least. And I just kind of hanged out outside, just kind of listening to the show while I waited for my friend. I was like, well, I can at least kind of listen to it. And honestly, like, it was loud enough to where I was like, I can actually, like, listen to this pretty well. Like, this is actually not that bad. So, wasn't that terrible. I mean, it was actually kind of, ended up being a little bit of a silver lining. I mean, because the other dudes, were hanging out too, for a little bit, and we just kind of finished our J around the corner and just kind of chatted for a while, and, and they were actually very apologetic. Like, hey, sorry that we kind of got you kicked out and stuff. And I was like, well, I mean, I can still hear the show pretty well, so whatever. Not that big of a deal. We can just kind of chill here for a minute, I guess. And they're like, yeah, I guess you're right. We'll have another J, we have another one. I was like, sure. If they tour again, I mean, I gotta find that out. I know Monomarth's touring again. I need to fucking get a ticket for that. That's for damn sure. I've seen him twice, and fucking Monomarth is insane live, dude. But I gotta see if Venom is touring again.
That's right,
dude, this guy is small, man. I didn't realize like how short he was.
Kerry!
I won't say that to his face because he would probably punch the fuck out of me.
You're what one would call an attractive fellow. Is that fair to...
He is. You know what? I'm gonna say that he is. He's like a fucking bear of a man, dude. He's like a bear daddy. I mean, yeah, he's attractive.
That would be more than fair, Jim.
Yeah, you have had sex with hundreds of desirable women in your life.
At the risk of bragging, I have, Jim.
Oh, yeah, being humble there, huh?
And what is your secret to sexual success, Kerry?
Well, learn to play the guitar, Jim.
Thank you, Kerry, King of Slayer!
And hey, luckily I'm an artistic man myself. It seems like the key of getting laid is being an artist. I like Jim Jeffries' forte. Seems like I have an easy leg up, which it does work. I got a voice, know how to play instruments. I'm a musician myself. Understand music theory. Like to write a lot. It seems like Jim Jeffries might be onto something there. Seems like you might be onto something. Because you know what? I tend to agree. I tends to agree. Let's see if just like one more little thing we can kind of check out. And hopefully not related to like the, I guess like the broader theme of the stream tonight, which is talking about incels. So let's see if we can find at least maybe a little something different. Let's see. Scrolling through. What do we got? And popping through, yeah. Gonna rhyme through, cause fuck you, yeah. There really is not much, is there? Yeah, I guess the real thing. That's excellent. I love that. That's amazing. That's just great. Oh shit, there's like a new Walter Madison video that I missed apparently, but it's man, it's a little longer for my taste for tonight. But you know what? I'll definitely look at that for tomorrow. So I'm actually just gonna click on it. I've never seen this video yet, Walter. So I'm gonna use that so it's in my watch history, so then we can look at it easily later and all that. So there we go. Boom. You sent me a peanut butter Oreo. Oh, good damn, son. Oh my god. Holy Stromboli. Okay, look, Tumblr. Tumblr! Oh my god! Okay, I just need to download and make an account already, because holy shit, Tumblr will not stop harassing me about that. I was gonna say but I see it. I see it. If you know, you know. I like it. I like it, dude. I like it. Oh, you know what? It's like another one that's long as fuck, but what's his name? It's like onto Shay or whatever. What's his name? Oh, fucking hell. You know what? Hold on. I know this will help. If I can spell, I promise I am sober. Was John Brown right? Because I know it should be... There we are. Atunche. Okay, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but here, we'll also put that on there on my watch history because I've been wanting to check that video out. My high as fuck antics were unable to, get my fat fucking fingers to type that out, but it did. Eventually. So since someone's taking the last original Lost books, I have to say what I like best about the characters is that they can kind of be assholes sometimes, but despite being fairy tale, adds a bit of realism to me. Well, like, OG fairy tales tend to be kind of more edgy and a little bit more, like, blunt and kind of more darker in nature. So I can imagine the characters being a little bit more, like, asshole-ish or, like, just more... a darker sense of the self, than what we kind of know them as, usually. At least in the movie adaptation. There we go. Man, what the fuck am I going to do for food? I'm going to need to make a trip to 70 Levies. Because I need to find out what the fuck I need to do for food. And there's not really many options for me at the moment. Especially considering it's late night. And that bums me out. Fuck. Because I know there ain't much in the fridge or the freezer. Because I kind of munchied out hardcore and ate all my food last night, so... I don't really want to, prep anything and make shit, so I don't really want to do that. One of the characters who works for a villain, the gnome, King Flat says, I hate good people and people who are content. If that didn't describe terminally online people, oh my god. That certainly does. The Gnome King? You guys send me, like a page or something with that guy. Because what? Damn. Trying to think what the fuck I could eat for some food. I'm gonna see what's 24/7 besides the fucking goddamn Shigamaba. The Chevys. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, what about this? Damn! It's closed. Scheiße. I knew it was late night, but I guess it already closed. Damn it! I was thinking pizza would be fucking dope, but that ain't possible. I know Sevy's fucking oven is in the cleaning process, so I know that ain't happening. It's like, god damn it. Son of a bitch. I could make the venture to the chevron here. But that's a extra distance. And do I want to do that shit? Hmm. Make more of a bet. But they do have more of a selection of things down there. It's a bigger convenience store than Sevy's, so that's why I'm deciding. Because there actually probably be more options for me to... You know what? I think I'm going to have a little mini adventure and have my dog go on an extra long walk. He's got the drip for it. I mean, he's got the little collar and his little leash now. I mean, so I could take him on his long walks and not give a fuck, and people could see him and not bitch about it. So, I got that at least. Ooh, fucking hell. What the... Ooh. Oh, that felt so good. I don't know if you just heard that, but, like, I just snack crackle popped, like, all up in his bish. Like, right here. And it just, like, progressed all this way up to that fucking, like, shoulder blade, bro. Like, ooh, that felt so good. Ooh, that felt good, too. Oh, goddamn. Snack crackle popping Rice Krispie treats over here. Holy shit. Ooh. Got one right in the tailbone there. Couldn't quite get in our pop there, but... Damn. Body's just like unleashing on me. Burping it up. Snack crackle and popping it up. Ooga booga. Ooga booga. The only drawback, I guess, in novels are remembering less BCRs, so some things might have a double meaning. For example, this character is an evil witch named Mambi, and it's like, Mambi. Let me guess. Quote unquote voodoo witch doctor type. Is it stuff like that? Is that what's going on there? Kinda. I guess, like you said, it could be double meaning, so you can kind of interpret it in your own way. So I could see a modern adaptation, maybe, where it's like not necessarily like meant to look like the more potentially maybe racist interpretation at the time, but you could probably at least infer a different meaning, and like a different presentation, so to speak. I guess, like for a modern adaptation, while still holding true to the character. But that just mean it's woke. Liberal agenda added again. Goddamn fucking liberals ruining fucking everything, these sons of bitches. Can't, have your face page to be a racist son of a bitch. The author was a feminist, and you could see a character as transgender fluid at least, so 2/3 ain't bad. Yeah. I guess that is true.
Alright, so Kyle. I hope you understand you're having a fat fucking adventure, boy.
I don't think he's ready for it. He's just kind of plopped out, and I can see his legs sprawled out like he looks like a corpse. He looks dead over there. I don't know if he wants to go on the walk, but he's going to, whether he likes it or not. Because I know if I leave him, he's gonna freak the fuck out. So I'm just gonna have to accept it and just like get him going now, where he's gonna be like, Dad, I don't want to do anything. Doc of the Tyler barges in like Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Well, luckily that ain't happening. Wait, is he on his way or something? Honestly, there has been times where you've done this to me before, and he is on a rock cliff shown up. So, I mean, I'm writing it down. I'm looking to maybe grab something to eat that's microwavable and easy as fuck at like Chevron or something. Because, like, I mean, Sevy's doesn't really have the greatest selection of things outside of like their pizzas and other munchies and shit. And I kind of want a little more than that. So, I mean, I know the Chevy's got, a little bit more going on for the selection, so I'm gonna give my little pups a walk, and it's like, no, I don't want them right now. You could have me tomorrow. Over a shot, yeah. I'll just give my dog a walk right now. I'm off tomorrow. I mean, I got no. There's like a couple things I need to deal with and shit, but it's not like I have to go anywhere to do it. So, I mean, got an off day, fun little weekend, and all that shit. So, I normally wouldn't do this on a work night, but it's a weekend now. I don't give a fuck. Get little pups a walk and hang out and all that shit. About to leave from karaoke. Karaoke? Demeanor, am I actually... Wait, about to leave... Wait, where? What? From fucking Ketten Club? That's not nowhere near where the fuck I'm at. Like, so... What? Like, you better not make his ass way over here. I'm gonna be winding down, eating some food, and... oh, gee, fucking God! Hi! Look over, and my dog's like, Wichita Monday karaoke? Wait, really? Wait, Wichita has karaoke's on Monday? They do that now? Really? That's new to me? That is new information to me. So we can expect round 2 of stream at 3 a.m. No. I'm just looking to try to find something to eat and go to bed, okay? But I'm going to walk the dog for the hell of it. I guess I'm probably going to see Tyler on my way home, I guess, or some shit. I don't know. I guess I am going to meet up with him, I suppose. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I don't know. He hasn't seen the dog drip, dude. He hasn't seen the cyber pup drip yet. So you know what? I mean, why don't you just hit him up and tell him to stay over there. Because I'm going to be down there, within, 30 minutes anyway. If he just hangs out there long enough, he's going to see, Cyberpup. Looking to slam some beers. Well, you know what? I mean, I guess if I get there and quick enough, which it wouldn't take that long for me to get there at all. I guess I'll have one fucking more, but I mean, wasn't really looking forward to doing that, but whatever. If he wants to, then we'll hang out for a minute. Fuck it. I ain't streaming it though. I'm like I said, it's more of the wind up here, but since it's a weekend, fuck it. I didn't know he was down there, so this is unexpected to me. So, you know what? All right, whatever. I mean, it's okay. To me, it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. I know some places to, we can just chill, so I know spots. While I'm wrapping this up and getting this dog ready, hit him up really quick. Tell him, just hang out over there. Plus, I need to also do a financial check, too, really quick, because I know I'm not, broke, but I know I'm a little low, so... I want to at least make sure that I'm at least, Gucci enough to at least, make sure, I can afford this surprise evening, I guess, for myself. A surprise long-term night. Because, like I said, fuck it. Why not? I mean, you only live once, right? Besides, I don't see the homie that much. I don't see him that much anyway, so... Fuck it. But anywho. I was mentioning about walking this dog, and now I think he heard that, and now he's all ready to go. It's like, yo, Dad, I heard about that. You want to walk now? Oh, he twisted a head. It said... Want to walk now? And he's like, excuse me? Walk? Want to go on a walk? Oh, yeah, he does. He just went, he perked that head so high up. Oh, my Lord. You want to go on a walk? Yeah, you do. Oh, yeah, he does. All right, yeah. All right, I guess, yeah, the surprise meetup of Metal Tea is happening. This dog wants to go on the walk. He wants to meet the homie. So anyway, or at least all good, I guess. hey, at the very least, we get dinner at the end of it. So, I'll buzz out, and I'll be back around for the next one. So, a toodaloo, back in the house.